Commissioner Burling?
Here.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Present.
Commissioner Mickey?
Here.
Commissioner Jerry?
Here.
Commissioner Ruda?
Here.
Thank you.
Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we pass it to Mary for announcements, I'd just like to welcome Neil Retta, our new commissioner to the Forest and Beach Commission.
Thank you.
Neil's first meeting would have been with us in February had we not been weather delayed to this month. So thank you so much for taking the initiative to be interested in our commission and to joining us. It's going to be I can already know it's going to be fabulous having you working with us. Thank you so much. Mary, announcements?
No.
No announcements, okay. With that, we're going to move to general public comment. I'll just make an announcement that public comment at this juncture in the meeting is for items that are not on the agenda. So this would be public comment relating to anything not on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, public comment for matters on the agenda must relate to that agenda item, and public comments for matters not on the agenda must relate to the subject matter jurisdiction of this legislative body. A reminder that hateful, violent, and threatening speech is impermissible public comment as it disrupts the conduct of the public meeting. This is a warning that if a member of the public attending this meeting remotely violates the Brown Act by failing to comply with these requirements of the Brown Act at the meeting, then the speaker will be muted. Members of the public are entitled to speak on matters of municipal concern not on the agenda during public appearances now. Each person's comment shall be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission. Matters not on the commissioner's agenda will not receive action at this meeting, but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Persons are not required to give their names, but it is helpful for speakers to state their names so that they may be identified in the meeting minutes. Do we have anybody that wishes to make a public comment for an item not on the agenda at this meeting? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm having a little trouble hearing back there, Kelly, so
Okay.
I don't know
Well,
if you're speaking into
I
it.
will try speaking into
My name
the
is Karen Ferlito, and I believe today the updated CAL FIRE maps came out for Monterey County. And as I looked at them, there's a whole zone of our town that is called unzoned. And a lot of it is in Mission Trail and at my house and on up through town, and then a lot of it is very high fire. So I'd like some clarification at some point from the city, probably the forestry department is appropriate, what unzoned actually means and what ramifications are there for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to make a general public comment before we get started today? No?
We do have a person on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Unmute.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was trying to find the unzoom button and finally came up. Yeah, I'm a past commissioner and a past vice chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment about hopefully the upcoming changes in the forest and beach planning process. We don't seem to have rules that adequately adapt to the issues of fire protection and fire hazard in trees. I have a tree right across, actually 4 trees surrounding a power pole across from my house that completely obliterate it. You can't even see it. And I did a city permit, it was denied, I'd have to pay the appeal fee. But the point is, we need to develop some rules in the new forestry plan for how big a tree, how many trees, how far from the pole, et cetera. Because I essentially have a Roman candle across the street from my house. And I'm not paranoid about trees. When I was on the commission, we denied tree removal permits for things like pine cones falling on your car or the tree waving in the wind, et cetera. But our standards are old and out of date. And we're getting really big trees come down on muddy soils where they can't put down tap roots. And we're allowing trees to be right up and interstitially interbranched right into the power lines and the transformers. And as we all know, the current problems, we don't have to talk about that. It's going to be a real issue for homeowners insurance. I just went through renewal and I took carefully photographs of my house to avoid showing that tree across the street at the main power connection. And luckily I was able to renew my fire insurance and my homeowner insurance. So hopefully as we move forward, you guys will be looking at that and not just operating under the current plans where removing a tree for fire hazard adjacent to a power pole is not permissible and the county forester or the city forester denies it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I think that will be integrated into the plan as it's presently being worked. Okay, any other public comment? Do you see any online of it? No? Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. Members of the commission or the public may ask that items be considered individually for purposes of commission discussion and/or for public comment. Unless that is done, one motion may be used to adopt all the recommended actions. We have 2 items on our consent agenda today. The first is the approval of our January 16th meeting minutes, and the second is our acting public Works Director's report for February 2025.
I move to approve both items.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jerry.
Commissioner Burling?
I didn't hear what you said. But
This is Tamara is making a motion to approve the 2 items on the consent agenda. The meeting minutes from last meeting.
okay, there is. I have a correction on the January meeting
A correction, okay.
where it was the artificial turf thing. I abstained rather than it shows me as saying aye. I abstained. It's on page 3.
Page 3, okay. Did anybody else have a correction or a notation?
That is true that she did. However, I believe that according to the Brown Act, if you've been here to hear that and you abstain, it does turn to a yes, from my understanding of the Brown Act. I could be wrong.
I never heard that.
You did say what you said. I did a little bit of reading on that, and that's what I found. But she did
There's a spot
abstain,
here
so
for
I don't. No, you
abstain,
did.
so it needs to go where it says abstain.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah. I will confirm with Nova, but yes, you did abstain, and yeah, I can make that correction if she says that that's okay, and I'll follow up with her, okay? Commissioner Burling?
Thank you, Sarah. Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickey?
Yes.
Commissioner Jerry?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruda?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion is passed.
Okay, in terms of our extraordinary business today, the first item on the agenda is a presentation from the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve on the work completed and the Mission Trail Nature Preserve over the past year.
And can we get the other screen? Excellent. Okay.
I don't know if it might help if we could dim the lights up here. Do you guys do that? Okay, thank you very much. I'm Scott Lonergan. I'm on the board of the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and I have what I would say is quite a good story today. It's about a plan developed, followed, and largely achieving its goals over the past 15 years. And this has been through a public-private partnership where the city, Public Works in particular, has been providing much of the heavy lifting, and then the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve has also been providing some direct funding to the tune of close to $200,000 over the last 15 years. But importantly, also a lot of hands-on work, monitoring, and very close knowledge of the conditions in the preserve. And I think it's been a really nice partnership and effective with that combination. And let's see if I can get this to advance.
Let's go.
Okay.
If it doesn't work again, just click on the screen and then we'll.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that delay. So the Mission Trail Master Plan was adopted by the city in 1996 for this tranquil 34-acre preserve to provide reasonable low-impact access and also to protect, maintain, and enhance the rare coastal habitats. And this includes ecological forestry wildfire mitigation. This is the careful and targeted removal of forest fuels. And this is where we get a nice dual benefit. It helps improve the health of the forest, but also improves wildfire mitigation through removal of those invasives. I seem to not be very good at this.
There you go.
Okay.
And then move it around till we find it. Yep.
Oh, there it
Right
is.
on the screen.
Okay.
And now we'll be able to scroll up.
Okay. All right. Okay. So to get things moving, it's not the mouse this time. It took citizen action after the master plan was adopted in 1996. About 10 years later, the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve was formed. And shortly after that, they issued this call to action in 2010. And in 2013, a blue book was prepared with a list of proposed projects to implement the master plan. And I really quite like this quote out of that call to action, which is that this narrative is our tribute to a unique canyon, and hopefully it will initiate a dialogue about how to restore, manage, and utilize the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. And it definitely did that. In fact, way more. I mean, it started a dialogue, and a lot has happened in the last 15 years. So my hat goes off to these founders to getting this moving. And some important documents here. Nikki Nedeff, a few years after the Blue Book, prepared the Baseline Biological Assessment, or BBA. This has two parts. It has a biological assessment that looks at the species, habitat, and environmental conditions, and then a second part with her expertise provides some programmatic management suggestions for implementing the projects that were in the Blue Book. To do all this work, the permitting is in place with a coastal development permit that's next up for renewal in 2026. And if you just shift over and take a look at this map on the right, just in very broad strokes, there's in the northern portion of the preserve, there's the pine forest, oak woodland, and coastal prairie, and also some coastal scrub. And that habitat is, I would say, pretty much like it's been for probably hundreds of years, certainly 100 years ago. I have a photo. It looks not so different than what you see today, so that's pretty stable. In the southern portion of the preserve, it's quite different. This is a dramatically changed ecology for a couple of reasons. One is Rio Road acts a bit like a levee. It's also compacted the soil. And then around the preserve, roughly 300 plus acres of watershed has been heavily developed with residences, and that has drove just absolutely huge increases in the storm surge. So you have a lot more water coming into the preserve, and with some of the obstruction from Rio Road. And so the lower portion of the preserve, it's a very rich, biodiverse area, but it's also dramatically changed from all that increased water flow and some challenges from invasives. So that's a very different ecology. We have a stream stability study from DUDEC that helps address some of the challenges of the increased water flow through the preserve. And an invasive plant action plan was also done at that time that expands on some of the invasive plant management techniques outlined in the BBA. And a lot of that is quite relevant to the riparian area I just mentioned. And then I believe you're all familiar with the Community Wildfire Protection Plan that was recently adopted. This has some priority mitigation projects, including one for the preserve that I'll talk about in a minute. So I'm now going to shift and take you on a tour of some of the accomplishments over the past 15 years, starting with protecting rare coastal habitats. And so in this fundamental goal, I'm going to do it more with pictures, so I'm going to not go through that list I just showed you there. But starting with some of the initial eradication programs that were recommended in the BBA, including that for trees in Genesta, these had a huge impact on the preserve. If you take a look at the red patches on the map there, those are places where we had invasive trees back in 2009, and those are almost entirely gone now. And all that removal, as well as other ongoing plot sweeps and continuous maintenance to remove invasives, has made a huge difference in the preserve. And as the Monterey Fire Department reminds us, a healthy native forest is more fire resistant. And also, a little hard to see in the bottom there, but they also make a note that obviously we don't control the weather or the topography, but we do control the fuel, so that's what we do. And this fire fuel removal over the past 15 years has also improved the risk of wildfire. It's not gone. If you look at this, it's very hard to see with the resolution here, but on the right-hand side, the wildfire intensity under peak weather conditions is shown out of the CWPP. And this is a much better picture than we would have had all this work not been done over the past 15 years. And it's really important this be done continuously. It's not a once and done. You have to keep taking out this fuel on a regular basis. And so now this is showing, or this is in reference to the trees that come down in the preserve. Pretty much every winter we'll lose some trees, not so many this year, but quite a few in the prior couple of years. And when they come down, it becomes a priority to maintain access to trails. And then prior to the next fire season, the tree slash, these are the branches less than 4 inches in diameter, are removed, but we then leave the larger limbs and trunks in place for ecological benefits. This down and decayed wood provides benefit and habitat for insects and wildlife. It also can concentrate nutrients and moisture for seed beds, and also benefit soil production and reduce soil erosion. So sorry, I keep going backwards. And then we also address trees that are dead or unsafe by taking off the tops of those trees, leaving about 30 feet at the bottom as wildlife trees. And this picture on the right is a good example of where woodpeckers have made use of a wildlife tree. And both this slide and the previous slide are examples where we look to address the most troublesome fire fuel and any trees that are unsafe, but also to heed to the preserve ethos, which is to protect and enhance the habitat. We do, as part of a focus of our volunteer efforts, we do a lot of hand pulling of invasive plants. This is important to not let the invasives choke out native plants and habitat. And we do this quite actively through regular plot sweeps with our volunteer events and also with contractors. And I guess one thing I also want to mention here is that some of this volunteer activity has involved youth. So we've done work with the local schools and Boy Scouts, and they've come in not only to pull invasives, but also to do plantings of natives and to do trail building. Some of the plants that have been on our target list include Genesta. Even though we've taken that out through our initial eradication program, we do get a lot of resprouts of that. Ivy, we tend to have kind of a dual-pronged approach there where we eradicate it in some of our plots, but in other places we just do more of a containment strategy. Poison hemlock is one that's coming up quite aggressively right now. It's a very aggressive reseeder, especially where soil's been disturbed. And then the 3 trees in the bottom, which we've removed all the mature trees, but acacia in particular is a troublesome one. Even if you take out the acacia tree down, to even take out the roots, or at least do some stump grinding, I should say, the roots still send up a lot of sprouts, so that takes ongoing effort. This is one of my favorite examples of ecological forestry benefits. This is a view from 11th Avenue entry, and this back in 2009 was bracketed by close to 100 eucalyptus trees on both sides of this nice grove. And as many of you I'm sure are aware, eucalyptus is quite flammable, so we've improved the health of this grove, and at the same time done a good thing for reducing wildfire risk. And one of the things that's been really satisfying to see, and that this picture on the left shows just off of Flanders driveway where we cleared some of those eucalyptus, is that there's been really rapid recolonization by natives. In the foreground of this picture you can see some young pines coming in. In other areas where we've been doing clearing, down in the riparian area south of 11th Avenue, this is one picture on the right where we've done that recently. This is going to take a more aggressive kind of resprout control program. There's a lot of invasive seed stock there, and there's a lot more water, and so this is going to be something we'll have to stay after for some years while we let the saplings, the new trees that we planted there, grow up to where they can kind of control the space. And maybe just more as a vision here of what we're aiming for, this is a nice native cottonwood grove that's right near some of those clearings. And so this would be an example of what we're looking to have those clearings get to one day. We also clear thickets of low moisture fuels, especially in the uplands of the preserve. And this is to create space for healthy natives, maybe some toyon, ceanothus, or coffeeberry, for example. And those native plants will have improved plant and soil moisture retention, are more fire resistant, and are beneficial to the habitat. Now, one reason we have to do all this clearing of fire fuel is partly because the lack of a beneficial fire regime, which, like all throughout the West, we've not had that for over 150 years. In the Martin Meadow, which is a rare coastal prairie, pictured on the left here, this is an environmentally sensitive habitat area. It's really quite a special place. It's never been tilled. It's got an intact fungal mat that is supportive of a whole host of native flowers like the Hickman's onion, and we let that set seed before we do any mowing of that space. So that's one adjustment we make. And then the Monterey pine is a tree that has adapted to beneficial fire, and to kind of help that situation out, we collect seed stock of that local genetics, and we can propagate the trees, and to the extent we need to replant, we have native trees to put back in. We partner with our safety officials, and as part of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, they did have one priority item for the preserve, which is to add some focus around forest health and ladder fuel reduction. We also are looking for our safety officials to help us out with outreach to neighbors with forested parcels that are on the boundary of the preserve. This exists all through the eastern drainage, to the north of the preserve, and even along Ridgewood Road. Some of those wildland parcels of those private properties may have some fire fuel gaps that should be addressed. Okay, so that's some progress we made in a tour through that first objective. Now we're going to take a look at providing reasonable low-impact access. And again, I'll skip the list here and just show you more of a picture tour. At all the entrances, we have signs, both maps and recently added some posting boards for other information. And the maps actually also were just updated, refreshed this year. We have benches spread throughout the preserve to take in the nice views. We've got a couple of boardwalks in place where there's been some bogs on trails. And one thing that all this access is helping is just the enjoyment, and we're seeing a lot more traffic in the preserve in a good way. Birders, young and the old alike, and so it's been really nice to see all the enjoyment that people are getting out of the preserve in recent years. Trail maintenance takes quite a lot of effort as well in terms of preventing trail cuts, erosion control, leveling, wood chipping, split rail fencing, and occasionally bridges as well. This one on the left near 11th Avenue was nicely rebuilt by Public Works with an in-house project this past year. One of the very consistent and needs in the preserve is clearing vegetation, especially in the spring. And this is both for the single track trails as well as the main service trails, where those need to be cleared quite high to handle service vehicles, particularly Monterey Fire Department's brush trucks. As this is a preserve and not a park, we aim for a kind of a rustic aesthetic, use natural materials. On the right is near 11th Avenue, where we just recently cleared the last of our mature invasive trees, the acacias. And so we put some split rail fencing in there, and then Public Works is in the process of taking one of those acacia logs and splitting it in half for putting in here for a kind of a casual meeting area. This is on the left is an image of a pine tree that came down and along Flanders Driveway, which we left as a point of interest display. We still have our interpretive sign to add to that. And unfortunately, that tree came down on top of a trail, so we had some work to move the trail about 15 feet to the side, which you can see on the right there, and the slash cleared trunk of the tree is still in place. We also monitor for unsafe trees. There's a couple of dead pines in the image on the left that's slated for removal. And then this eucalyptus tree, which is right at the boundary of the preserve, has a hazardous limb that's hanging over a power line. And that's one we hope to have PG&E address before the next fire season. Flanders is an integral part of the preserve, and as you're aware, we have not yet found a use of that consistent with that status, but getting a lot of good attention and discussion lately. Okay, so that kind of completes the tour of things that have been accomplished over the last 15 years. And so how did we do? I would say quite good when you take a look at the ongoing habitat enhancement, wildfire mitigation, and also the provision of access. Those are both green. We do have a couple of safety issues in terms of the PG&E power lines in the preserve, and some access and safety issues around Rio Road that I'll talk about in a minute that have those flagged as red. And we also have some restoration needed in the Lester Roan Tree Native Plant Garden. This is a list of project priorities. I'm not going to go through these in any detail, but some of these I believe would be appropriate to bring back to this commission as we get closer to an implementation of some of those. We did complete 3 stream stability studies recently, but there's more to go on that. The pictures on the right show a couple locations. One is near the Redwood Grove in the lower right, where we look to put in a pedestrian bridge at that location so that we can abandon this trail, which is not good to have running right along the edge of the creek, and also unsafe as you cross over that cement ford. We also have some issues with erosion along Sarah Trail, that's the picture above that. And so that's another project on the stream bed stability study list. And also on Sarah Trail, we're currently looking to move forward the French drain installation. This is a project out of the BVA, where if it's a real heavy rain season, we get a couple bogs in 2 places on the Sarah Trail that can make it impassable for a couple months at a time. And it's important, as you can imagine, for safety, especially as you get into the dry season, to have access to those trails. So that's something we would like to see taken care of. If you're not familiar, the PG&E power lines are shown here on the left, and I can think of it as 2 segments. One runs from 11th Avenue up to Flanders, and that's the same line that runs underneath that hazardous limb on that eucalyptus tree on the right. And there's a second branch power lines that runs along Willow Trail on the western edge of the preserve that services 7 homes on Ridgewood Road. So those are concerns of ours, and maybe somewhat to Kevin's comment prior to the meeting and pointing out particular power poles. I'd really like to suggest that to the city that when we think about power poles, we don't just bury that entire topic saying it's too expensive to underground the entire city. I think that's just distracting us from doing the right thing on the high priority undergrounding activities, and I would definitely put this on as one of those on that list. And this is a wonderful opportunity to improve access and safety, and also some connection for the preserve. If you were to take this 4-mile walk coming down from Ocean Avenue and the shops and restaurants and hotels, past our wonderful beach, past the tide pools and pocket beaches on Carmel Point, past the river and the lagoon bird sanctuary. Once you get to Mission Ranch, then there's a gap. And this is where Rio Park that's being proposed would be a huge benefit. It would give us a safer access point to Mission Trail Nature Preserve to continue that 4-mile loop. And also at the back of that park is the Bridge to Everywhere, which would give access to state and county parklands. So this would just be a huge benefit to Carmel residents. And with that, I'd like to thank Public Works, Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, the donors, volunteers, and other supporters, and happy to take any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments from the commission?
I have a question. Let's see here. Is there any lights here, first of all?
Maybe we can get the, yeah.
Could we get some lights?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a fair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Regarding the power line, do you have any sense of how much that costs, and then just a general sense of the priority of it? And maybe that's a discussion item for the city in terms of, long-term strategy planning, stuff like that.
I don't have the cost estimate, but it is getting looked at by the city to some degree, but I can't really tell you how far along it is.
Okay.
I think it's recognized as a priority in my mind, at least by some, when you look at the different lines. But whether 250,000 is the number
Okay.
that I've received.
And then just to understand options, you'd mentioned it's right next to a eucalyptus tree with a big branch.
Yeah.
Is it an option to just take that branch down?
Oh, absolutely. No, this is what we're asking PG&E to do, and they should do.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, I have one brief story. When I was in UC San Diego, they have a lot of eucalyptus there. On a hot day is when those limbs come down. They don't always fall in storms, but they crack when they get hot. And I've seen one of those turn a car into a shape like a taco. No one got hurt, but those things do come down in hot weather. And that hopefully, I think we're going to put a lot of pressure on PG&E should take care of that before the next fire season.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's your question.
Okay, I have a question where you talk about preserve the tranquil atmosphere of the property and provide reasonable low-impact access. Have you Are you thinking at all of making it illegal to have motorized bicycles? They are first noisy, but they're also dangerous. I almost got hit myself one day, and then someone else's dog almost got hit because they're racing along. They're real excited about their speed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think that's becoming an increasing challenge. I agree with you. I've heard that from other people. I don't know how far along we are. There's been some discussion. I don't know if you want to add anything, Greg, on it.
Good afternoon, Greg D'Ambrosio. They're supposed to take that to the Parking and Traffic Committee, I believe.
It's actually the next agenda item.
Okay.
Okay.
I just like to say, I think this is a really impressive stewardship that we have in our city for a really important natural resource that we have. One of the things that's come up as we're working on the updated Carmel Forest Master Plan is as we think about our desire to increase the use of like native plants, native trees, and native understory, one of the things that we've talked about in our steering committee is making educational materials available to our residents, because I think we have a lot of people who would probably desire to like plant natives or to plant preferred species if they knew what they were and how to do it. Does that make sense? I think people, you know, there's an educational component in terms of our residents and guidance. And I don't know, this seems to me like maybe this is an area that the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve might be able to help the city and help us with as we get further along, because it seems like there's a lot of education that you have a lot of knowledge, right, about the understory plants and natives, et cetera, that would be really helpful.
In fact, that's one of the visions for the Lester Rowntree Native Plant Garden. It needs some restoration, but the idea would to make that a better demonstration garden, and maybe there could be some specific outreach and offerings for the community to learn about native plants. So I think there's a lot we could do that hasn't been done and capitalized on yet. So that's a great idea.
I just think education will be important as we continue that process, and the opportunity for collaboration exists that perhaps that your organization could participate in.
Yeah,
would be
I'd love
great.
to see that move forward. Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you for this very comprehensive report and for the special attention that you're giving to our underbrush and to things that could potentially cause fires. You had mentioned fire season, and I think now we can probably all agree that fire season is 12 months out of a year at this point. So anything that we can do to try to bring that down. Karen Ferlito mentioned a little earlier about the fire zones, and that there's a lot of our city that's no zone, but I do know that near the Mission Trail that particularly because of the nature of trees and bush and everything that's there, that has a much higher propensity for fires. So taking care of that and trying to address that, I think, is a chief concern for our city for many different reasons, fire and insurance and.
Right. Yeah.
So I just wanted to thank you for making that one of your
I think you bring up a
priorities.
good point about calling it just a fire season, which I know I used, is probably have to be very careful with that, because your point's well taken with what we just saw in LA, that one dry year, we can have this any time of year. So it's
Right. And in the Carolinas, and it's just everywhere.
We've got to stay on it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Chair, can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
So I actually have a meeting on the books with Monterey Fire, one of the chiefs, the fire marshal, and the fire inspector early next week to go over the maps. So I'll have clarity to provide for you next week.
Okay. Excellent.
Any other comments from the commission before we open it up? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody from the public or on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Welcome.
Karen Ferlito, and I'm the president of Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserves. This was something that was started by Skip Lloyd in 2009. And when Skip became very ill, he asked me to take over temporarily. Well, I've been doing it ever since. But, we like to call Mission Trail preserve our Central Park. And I think, that really is a truism because it is accessible from 5 different areas. And it's really a wonderful way for people to walk from town to the Mission or recreate or walk up to Flanders and so on. What I would suggest is that when the commission can, schedule a little field trip because we would love to take you there and show you. And it doesn't have to be an all-day thing. You could spend, a half an hour in one part of the preserve and then at another meeting spend another half hour so that you really get to know the areas that you have jurisdiction over. Because I think it's so important. All of the beach, all the different parks and so on change throughout the year. So I'd like to invite you to do this. The other thing I wanted to mention is one of the things we do is we hire a gentleman who works for Town and Country Landscaping to work for us every Saturday removing a lot of that fire fuel. He is a machine. He can do anything. He can remove poison oak. He can remove brush. He's just amazing. The cost, we would like to see shared. We've been paying all of it on our own. So we would respectfully request $10,000 just for helping remove fire fuel in the next budget or through your operating budget, something like that to help us. Because while we do raise funds privately, it's again, that shared public-private partnership that we want to use and be an example as well. One of the very special things about the preserve is its tranquil nature. And I think during COVID, it became ever more important. When the beach wasn't always accessible, many people were able to recreate and distance themselves and enjoy the preserve. Sarah brought up bicycles, and especially the EV bikes, which I know is on, we're going to be talking about it. This has become an issue, and I have noticed it too. There's one young man that likes to zoom by people and make big marks through the preserve. That leads to erosion. It's also dangerous. He could injure someone, and it certainly doesn't do our trails any good. But once again, I'd like to thank Scott for doing such a great presentation. We have a very active board. Greg is the best unpaid employee you could ever have as the former forester of the city. So thank you very much, and I'd love to entertain you down there. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We did make a field trip last year, Karen. I think we went once for the signage on Rio. Okay.
Greg D'Ambrosio again. One thing I'd like to mention, I don't want you to take away attention to our Mission Trail Nature Preserve, but I think you can take this methodical approach to the preserve and apply it to Forest Hill Park. If you did that, I think you'd wind up in a few years having a park that was fairly void of any invasive species and weak trees, and start treating it the same way that you do the preserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Cindy Lloyd. I was on the original board. My brother Skip Lloyd was the founder, and he called me up one day and said, "Hey Cindy, do you know that the city council is considering selling the meadow?" I said, "Not on my watch." So I launched myself into civic service at that time. And the thing that is really astounding me is how much Mission Trail Nature Preserve is used. Back in the day, nobody walked there. I walked my dog every single day and saw nobody. And I'm really glad to see how much it's being used as long as people are respecting it. The Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, under Greg D'Ambrosio's guidance, has done just an amazing job of preserving and protecting the trails, putting in new benches, outlining what kinds of work the weedies do. I was a very dedicated weedie at one time, but the older I got and the more arthritis I got in my fingers, the less I wanted to spend it pulling weeds in the park when I have plenty of stuff to do at home. But I would encourage everybody to come out and try Weedies sometime. It's just really a lot of fun. It's a good group of people. I won't be there with you, but I'll be there in spirit. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Melanie Billig. I would just like to echo the comments of others. What a professional job they have done on this report. It is truly outstanding. And the work that they have done over the last number of years has been of such incredible value to those of us who really are so devoted to that park. I can remember the days when there were just mountains of ivy, both kinds of ivy, underbrush that was very, very dangerous in terms of fire. And they have done just a miraculous job of transforming that environmentally sensitive habitat, which I want everyone to remember. It is not just a preserve, but it's an environmentally sensitive habitat. And it's not only plants, there are also animals there. And over the years, there have been some very interesting animals up there that most people in town don't even know about. I mean, bobcats and mountain lions, and of course there's the odd deer and so forth. But there are also some endangered species there. So I really want to thank them publicly for the terrific job they've done over the years, and I think it would be a very nice thing if you would follow the request of the Friends to see if the City Council can't loosen up at least $10,000 out of their budget to provide some help for these people who have done so much for this community by really improving and saving this park and making it what it is today. So thank you very much for the comments.
Thank you, Melanie. Any additional public comments? You've had anybody on Zoom? Okay. Thank you again very much for all that you do for the city. It's fantastic to be able to share a report like that. We have another one coming from another group that's helping us on the beach today, and I think it's important that the commission be exposed to the great work that's happening. So thank you very much for that. Okay, our next item of business is a presentation by the Transportation Agency for Monterey County on e-bikes and e-bike regulation.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, I will share my screen. So hello, good afternoon. My name is Yannicka Strauss. I am an Associate Transportation Planner with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. And today I will be presenting some information to you on e-bike regulations and resources as well. So first I'll just start with an overview of what is a legal e-bike and what is not a legal e-bike. We'll talk about benefits and challenges of e-bikes and then also where you can ride legally, both statewide, state law and locally. And then I'll go over some education programs and resources.
Yannicka, it looks like we're looking at your Google screen. Okay, I think now we're looking at your report. Thank you.
So before we get into regulations, I wanted to highlight the market trends for e-bikes. According to Grandview Research, the e-bike market is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 15.6% from 2023 to 2030. So this is meant to really highlight that as cities and counties will continue to improve conditions for bicyclists, and more people are expected to ride e-bikes for recreation and transportation. So what is an e-bike? There are 3 types of legal e-bikes called Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. So Class 1 e-bikes are pedal assist only. So that means that the assist clicks in when you start pedaling, and it has a max speed at 20 miles per hour. So the motor provides assistance only while pedaling and stops when the bike reaches 20 miles per hour. Class 2 e-bikes are throttle assist. They also max out at 20 miles per hour, but the motor is activated by a throttle and it does not require pedaling. And finally, there's Class 3 bicycle, which is a pedal assist, but it maxes out at a higher speed at 28 miles per hour. So riders must be at least 16 years old. Helmets are mandatory for all riders. Passengers are not allowed on the e-bike, and the e-bike must include front and rear lights or reflective materials. So an e-bike is not a 2-wheeled vehicle powered by an electric or gas motor that can be ridden at 20 miles per hour on motor power alone, as well as a vehicle that is modified to have its operable pedals removed. So good examples of that are mopeds, scooters, even a 2-wheeled vehicle that looks like a bicycle but can be ridden by motor power alone above 20 miles per hour is not an e-bike. So as of 2024, California law now requires manufacturers of e-bikes to comply with requirements that are adopted by the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission, and that it is illegal for a person to tamper or modify an e-bike by changing the speed capability. And then also beginning January 1st, 2026, so next January, California law will establish battery safety standards and introduce new labeling and advertising requirements displaying the e-bike's classification and battery compliance of e-bikes. So what are the benefits of e-biking? You can ride further and faster with less effort. So for commuters, you don't get as sweaty, and you can opt for bicycling at further distances than you would a traditional bike. You can more easily commit to an eco-friendly transportation. Hauling multiple children or stopping at the grocery store on your way home becomes more doable when you have a motor assisting your riding. E-bikes make bicycling accessible to a wider range of people. People vary greatly in physical ability, and e-bikes allow more people to bicycle instead of drive. And lastly, e-biking is a low-emission form of transportation, and as more people shift from riding bicycles instead of driving, the benefits to climate change and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is clear. So with all of those benefits, there are also challenges to e-bikes. Some e-bicyclists pass other cyclists and walkers at too high of a speed. Collisions at higher speed are more dangerous. Not all multi-use path users know trail etiquette. It's difficult to enforce e-bike regulations. More people are bicycling, but there's a lack of safety education, and motorcycle type bicycles are being illegally ridden like e-bikes. So where can you ride? California state law prevents cities from restricting access to e-bike riders in places like bicycle paths or unpaved trails, bikeways, and bicycle lanes. But state law does say that local authorities can still block access to e-bikes on certain equestrian trails or hiking and recreational trails. Locally, the city of Pacific Grove prohibits Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes from certain areas defined in their city code. and they prohibit Class 3 e-bikes from all parks. In contrast, the city of Monterey has no prohibitions on e-bikes. The county of Monterey is currently updating their e-bike ordinance. Current code says that electric bicycles are prohibited from all county park dirt trails unless authorized by the director. In December 2022, a committee was formed to research e-bike use. In June of last year, a draft ordinance was presented to Parks Commission, and in October of last year, a revised draft was approved for recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. It has not gone to the Board of Supervisors yet, but it will do so soon. I wanted to highlight the public survey that they did, which included 1,300 respondents, and 63% were in favor of allowing e-bikes on county parks and multi-use trails. So the draft ordinance for Monterey County would allow Class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes on county parks dirt trails. No electric motorcycles, mopeds, scooters, or other modalities would be allowed. There would be safe passage guidelines. All passing must occur at 5 miles per hour or less, and all trail users give way to equestrians, bicyclists give way to pedestrians. California State Parks also has an e-bike policy. In their state recreation areas, any e-bike is allowed on public roadways. Class 2 or 3 e-bikes are not allowed on trails or controlled access roads, and Class 1 e-bikes may be designated for use only on trails and controlled access roads that already allow traditional bicycles. In state vehicular recreation areas, Class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes may be allowed by superintendent's order for use on trails and controlled access roads. And except for public roadways, Class 2 or 3 e-bikes are not allowed. So to provide a little bit more context of the regulatory landscape, in December of last year, bicycle advocacy organizations highlighted the challenges with e-bikes through a letter to local elected officials. They say, quote, "Some cities have targeted and criminalized people riding legal e-bikes instead of working towards solutions that make everyone safer. That approach detracts from more effective strategies and is also misdirected. Egregious behavior reported to bike advocacy organizations typically involves illegally operated electric motorcycles, some mistakenly perceived as legal e-bikes." So this letter highlights 3 strategies they believe are more effective, and they include targeting illegal electric motorcycles marketed as e-bikes, a strategy to context that riding a bike is beneficial and it's not a crime. And then lastly, prioritize education while curbing illegal e-motorcycles. So some local e-bike safety campaigns include the Santa Cruz CHP, after seeing a 177% increase in e-bike crashes since 2023. The CHP also has an online e-bike safety training, which anyone can take online. And then I've provided some links for additional resources from CalBike about what is an e-bike. People for Bikes is a national bicycle think tank. They have a resource for state land managers on how to regulate e-bikes in parks. Some additional online safety training, e-bike battery safety tips, how to prevent an electric bike fire, and then finally trail etiquette, passing etiquette, which was published by the Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any?
Hi, Annika. I'm curious what the Monterey County discussions were around allowing e-bikes on trails versus the fact that there's a risk of somebody getting on a bike that can go 20 miles an hour who doesn't normally ride a bike. Because all it takes is one bad accident to cause a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. I can't speak to the conversations that were happening on that topic. I think having the Parks Director present on the county's ordinance would be beneficial. But as you guys know, the Transportation Agency for Monterey County is separate from the County of Monterey, so I have not been participating in those meetings.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a big difference in the Class 1 versus Class 2 and Class 3. So like a Class 1 is pedal assist only. So those are much harder to get to 20 miles an hour unless you're actually...
Right, but there is, I guess, a throttle version, Class 2?
Correct, but if you look at some of the regulations, they're separating out. I don't know, maybe Yannicka, there were several that are allowing Class 1 in certain environments, but not Class 2, Class 3. Right. So I think that's what you're starting to see in some of the e-bikes is that the Class 1 are being allowed in places where bicycles are allowed, and Class 2 and Class 3 are being carved out as not being considered like a regular bicycle.
Right.
But I think the Class 1 can also go 20 miles an hour, and if we're walking...
If you pedal it.
3 miles an hour.
If you pedal it to that, right.
Don't fit together very well at Mission Trail, I don't think.
So today's, I think, I just want to make sure, today's presentation, as I understand it, was just a presentation by Yannicka to be received as to what's happening with e-bikes within the county, correct? And no action for the commission at this point in time?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Anybody have any comments? Do we have anybody that would like to make a public comment on the presentation? Thank you.
Barbara Lang, and I just wanted to thank you for your information. I don't have an e-bike, but I know friends that have e-bikes, and I think it's great for people of different ages, elderly people to get out there, not go crazy, but I think there's compromise in everything. There's good and bad in everything, and I think this kind of parallels a lot to what we're going to talk about later with pickleball. So I think it's really good about activity and the good things for the environment that you mentioned. So I just want to say thank you. I think you taught me a bit about e-biking, and I've done it in Europe, and I've really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Not a question, more of a comment. I'm an avid cyclist. I don't have an e-bike. I listened to the presentation and I realized how complex this all is. To give you an idea, I live in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Sometimes I ride by going up to Highway 1, then I ride alongside the freeway on the trail, which I believe I'm allowed to do. Then I go into Fort Ord, which I'm also allowed to do. And then I get to the other side, which has not one but 2 bike paths. And I try to pay attention, but I wouldn't know right now, based on if I got an A, a B, or C, or 1, or 2, or 3, could I do all this or not? I think the one that goes 28 miles an hour without pedals, I wouldn't be allowed, but I'm not sure where exactly. So just in terms of, I guess, I feel for you in terms of the challenge with regards to signalization. Like for bicycles, you take Highway 1 right here, and there is a sign that says bicycle must exit. What is the equivalent everywhere for electric bikes? That's all. So I've been watching this, and I'm just intrigued by the complexity and how to deal with it. So I thought I'd mention it.
Thank you. We also, I think as a point of information, we have one of the largest mountain biking events in the world that happens every summer in Monterey County, the late spring. And they have I don't know if it's all class, I'm not sure if all classes of e-bikes are allowed in that or not. I know the pedal assist, the class 1 is. Karen?
Hi, Karen Ferlito again. I have ridden an e-bike that had a throttle back when the highway was closed in Big Sur. We thought it'd be great fun and went down. We had to hike up and over because the bridge was being repaired, and it was great fun until it wasn't. And I got a little too exuberant and crashed right into my daughter and slid across the Nepenthe parking lot. My concern is that parents are buying bikes for children that are almost motorcycles. They're not quite motorcycles, but they're still very dangerous. I've observed a lot of kids in Carmel with their helmet on but not hooked. That's no good. And it comes down to enforcement. Who's going to enforce these? Who's going to be out there seeing if you're a class 1 or a class 2 or a class 3? And if there's no enforcement, it becomes very confusing. The other thing is these bikes don't have to have a license plate. So if you see someone doing the bad things on their bike, how do you report it? It was a kid on a black bike with a red helmet. I mean, we really don't have all the parameters discussed, I don't think, as far as how to make this a wholesome and safe way of commuting for everybody. You might have a commuter who commutes to Salinas who's very responsible, wears the helmet, behaves, and then you get 2 or 3 people who don't, and that can result in a dangerous situation. So I don't think the discussion is ready for a draft ordinance, to tell you the truth, because there's too much confusion and too much interpretation, and I don't see anything about enforcement. So thank you very much for the presentation. I'm interested in it. I'd like to ride one of these bikes again someday if I forget about how damaged I was, but thank you again.
Do we have any other public comments?
No one online at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Yannicka. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next order of business is a presentation by Carmel Cares by Kelly Francis on the Carmel Beach pups.
Before I start, I wanted to thank the commissioners and the staff for all of their efforts and for this opportunity. This is the first Carmel Cares Beach Pup, which is Beach Pickup Posse, so Beach Pups, presentation.
Could you bring your mic up closer to your...
Yeah.
See if it would work. Thank you. No, doesn't want to say it.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my name is Kelly Francis. I was the first... I joined I was the first beach pup in 2021 under Shirley Moon's tutelage, and then also Dale Byrne subsequently. And the reason I volunteered was because of this, to at least temporarily help out with the shocking amount of trash on the beach. I've been here for many generations and my whole life, coming and going, and it was really it is disturbing. So today I primarily coordinate about 20 beach pups as a coordinator and as a volunteer still. So we have and I appreciate your attention to this because I do think it's important. So we have a short presentation. Our mission is to keep the Carmel Beach pristine and safe for residents and visitors while protecting the marine sanctuary and the marine wildlife from the impacts of uncollected trash. Let's see. Okay. So what we do each week is we remove the trash. I mean, this isn't rocket science. We remove the trash from our beach before it enters the marine sanctuary. We report hazardous debris, such as illegal fire remnants or wood with nails, to the city. We report animal carcasses to various agencies. These come up as they come up. Injured wildlife, also to various agencies as appropriate, and assist in crowd control. And we model and encourage responsible behavior and volunteering to both residents and visitors by being visibly present on our beach. In our neon volunteer vests, as we remove trash from the beach. These are just a few pictures of what we do that people don't think of sometimes, and how we work. Our schedule is changing constantly, so this is a 2024 presentation, basically for what we did in 2024, and the schedule has changed as people come and go and so on. So far, the city is doing Monday mornings, the Dunes and Parking Lot, and Thursdays. And I don't know how it got changed to Thursdays, frankly, but because it was originally going to be Mondays and Wednesdays, and then we're trying to cover every day, so we do need more volunteers. So how we're organized is a flexible operating structure. We have 19, or more or less, regularly scheduled weekly volunteers, plus many, many other unscheduled volunteers. When people just want to pick up on their own, or they do pick up on their own, I acknowledge that and leave them sort of off of the regularly scheduled list. And we're growing. And then as coordinator, I'm the main contact for new volunteers, provide training, coordinate our schedule and pickup areas, report hazardous items and carcasses to the appropriate organization and the city, manage our text thread, and attend city meetings. The team text thread is for active communication, where we check in after our pickups and share photos of trash collected with a brief summary, and that's really, really long. Requests for substitutes and schedule changes, share general updates and information about special events, and can alert everybody quickly for emergency assistance. And then there's email and database for more detailed issues. What we collect is everything. Most of this trash is, it is shocking. I mean, and that's just one example, but most of it is along the bluffs and in the seaweed line, just because it gets washed up there. But I won't reiterate that many, many plastic pieces of small plastic, and people do, as they pick this up, sort of identify to some extent what they have. But this is just a list. And then from the pup thread, these were just randomly picked what people describe that they've found. For example, lots of plastic water bottles, both empty and full, beer cans, empty and full, dog poop bags, plastic cup lids, a tennis ball, flip-flops, about 3 or 4 pairs of socks, plastic bag, napkins, plastic straw, burnt wood pieces, bottle caps, food wrappers, ton of blue confetti, we think from a gender reveal, and a large party hall. So this is just ad nauseum. Special events. Each of the holidays, this has been somewhat onerous to plan for. It's a way in which volunteers could just do one thing only, but we try to get 3 to 4 volunteers per day on each of the holiday days. And then we hand out trash bags. And usually that's pretty welcome. I mean, it's always been welcome. So we say, this is a trash bag. Do you need a trash bag? Are you okay? And it's just a way of approaching people on the beach with something that they can have, and also hopefully educating them in the process. And we pick up trash. And then we participated also in 2024 in the Save Our Shores anniversary event, which unfortunately yielded lots of trash as well. And then beach fire remnant cleanup. So the special events highlights, I described basically already. There was a lot of trash on the Save Our Shores 40th anniversary event. That's another event that someone could take on. A few photos of trash that's been collected on the beach. And the volunteer effort that's required. So 19 volunteers at one point, it's around 20 now. Regularly scheduled as beach pups. Each spend 60 to 90 minutes per session, so they have an assigned area of the beach and then an assigned day, and then they can go whenever they want on that day. And so collectively, that's about 988 hours a year. And then an additional 115 hours is spent volunteering for special events. And the coordinator spends 10 to 15 hours a week, or 500 hours per year, doing all of the above. And so it takes approximately 1,700 volunteer hours per year to keep trash off the beach and out of the marine sanctuary. There's also additional beach-related Carmel Cares time. Everything else, obviously, that Carmel Cares does is very helpful in terms of keeping things out of the water and off the beach, which is our primary goal. So how the program can be improved and sustained. One is awareness, so the environmental impact of the trash and the dog waste on Carmel Beach and the ocean. Developing educational programming, regularly informing the Forest and Beach Commission and public about the state of the beach. I think people are not as aware as they definitely could be. Prevention, to ensure that Carmel Beach is never without an active maintenance plan for beach trash and debris, the city, we believe, should develop a specific plan of its own, or at least adopt what the volunteers are doing, so that there's no delay in implementing this should something happen. The city I believe, is increasing its trash management on holiday weekends, and the city will implement a daily debris pickup, I believe, at the Del Mar parking lot, and it's now being done, I think it's only twice weekly. Enforce the beach fire rules, conduct post-beach event inspections to ensure proper cleanup. And then finally, coordination. Continue to develop a comprehensive current beach cleanup plan with well-defined responsibilities. Practice transparent, cooperative, and prompt communication between the city staff, contractors, and volunteers, and support and recruit additional volunteers. So that's our presentation, just so that people have a little bit better idea of what we're doing and how we can be supported. So thank you. If there are any questions, I can.
Thank you, Kelly. Does anybody on the commission have a comment they'd like to make?
Thank you.
I just had a question. Thank you, Kelly. Do you know, you had mentioned enforcing the rules about wood burning fires and illegal fires. Do you have any information on if that's being done, how often it's being done, what if we see a person who is having an illegal fire, what should we do? Call the police department? Any information that you might have?
Yeah, that would be a question I think better addressed to the city, because I don't know. I do know we find remnants of illegal fires, and the sort of question in my mind still as to how to best clean them up, because if you sift through them, you get a lot of dirty sand and toxic sand. Mm-hmm. And we do pick up, we contact the city to pick up larger pieces that we can't remove. Mm-hmm. But how then when they're being set and how that's being enforced, I'm not
okay on. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I think this presentation came from about almost a year ago now, when we realized just how much Carmel Cares was doing at the beach, and I think it's important to recognize the volunteer contribution that we have at the beach and our nature preserve and I know the scenic pathway people weren't here today with you, but just on the beach, I think the idea was that we would have a biannual sort of reporting from our volunteer organizations and the contributions they're making to our city. So I think today it was fantastic that we were able to have these two presentations and start that. So thank you.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. And there's some discussion ongoing about whether the city should be doing this themselves or how much should be could it be a cooperative effort, what that cooperative effort should be, et cetera, et cetera. But given that many people didn't seem to know much about what we were doing and the fact that we were doing it, and that I was shocked, in fact, that there's so much trash and it's ongoing on a daily basis, and it really needs to be done every day, and it's not going to stop just because something happens. So I really appreciate the opportunity at least to start this conversation. Thank you.
And you're in you have a regular meeting with the city, right? So there's an ongoing conversation.
We did when Dale Byrne was, prior to him becoming mayor, yeah. So, yeah, and we do have a new, so Mary Bilsey and then Valerie, Valerie's the new assistant environmental programs manager, and that's been helpful. And Rob Culver at the city has been very responsive. So that's helped the conversation get started. But something could happen. For example, I haven't yet found the person or the people to elevate to different positions of these things that need to be done, and I'm getting sort of worn out, aside from the fact that I fractured my foot at the beginning of the year. And so, you know, these things, as with Mission Trail, you know, these things need to be addressed, I believe. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Do we have anybody that would like to make a public comment on the Carmel Cares Beach presentation? Is there anybody online, Yvette? No? No?
No one online at this time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you again. Moving on to our orders of business for today. Our first order of business item is a presentation by the Integral Consulting EMC Planning Group on adaptation strategies to protect the beach and the coastal infrastructure. So this is a report on Phase 2, Task 2 of the Coastal Engineering and Sea Level Rise Adaptation Planning Study.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Commissioners of the Forest and Beach Committee. My name is Anastasia Aziz. I'm with EMC Planning Group, and I'll be introducing you and setting the context for this project. And then we have Matt Jameson from Integral Consulting, a research scientist, and coastal geomorphologist, or is that Dave?
That is Dave.
Okay. Okay. Who will be doing the presentation as well. Do you want to share the presentation, Matt, the first slide? So just to set the context while Matt's doing that, we have been before this commission earlier for the sea level rise and adaptation planning portion of it. And we are now moving into some of the adaptation strategies. But if you go to the next stage, I'll just set the regulatory context again for you. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. Just an overview. So before this commission, you have seen the technical studies and existing conditions that's been presented at previous meetings. Also, we were just before the Planning Commission yesterday to inform them about these issues and the upcoming policy changes that we'll be crafting with the boards and commissions here and members of the public. So we are moving into now adaptation feasibility. So just a number of the suite of types of things that the city can consider. We'll just be introducing these concepts to you. And then moving on, the next phases are socioeconomic analysis, how those would impact the city. Then refining it more as to what particular adaptation types meet the needs of this particular community, particularly given the beach and the access to the beach and the identity of the city with the beach. And then moving on, we'll develop potential policies to amend the city's local coastal program, which was mentioned as part of the, it was interesting, the whole city is within the coastal zone, so that I noticed that the Mission Trail Nature Preserve is identified in the LCP as well and has a coastal development permit. And then also, you know, Carmel Cares just presented on picking up trash from the beach as well. So the beach forms an integral part of this particular community. And so we're moving on to identify the hazards and then amending the city's local coastal program to deal with these new hazards that have emerged since it's been certified. And then along the bottom, you'll see community engagement. Like I've said, we've been before this commission a number of times to educate the commission and the members of the public that come to these meetings. There was a survey released and is still active about the beach, and about 100 responses have been received to date. So I'll encourage you, if you haven't responded to the survey, or anyone here listening, please go do that. It's on the Public Works website, and we're keeping that open. That will help inform policy. And we're tracking to have a workshop, public workshop at Sunset Center in mid-May, May 15th. So we'll have more information as that gets more refined. Here's some more of the outreach efforts that we've been doing to date. The survey's been distributed by email. Again, it's open, it's on the website. Please go ahead and do that and share it if you haven't already done that. We did send out hard copy postcards. I think that was something that came up as part of other city initiatives, to please send out postcards to let people know that way. And then also there was a half-page ad put in the Carmel Pine Cone to get the word out as well.
Thanks, Anastasia. I'll just introduce myself once again. My name is Matthew Jameson. I'm with Integral Consulting. I'm a coastal scientist. We have presented in the past David Revel, who's not here. He's the lead on this project. He's the coastal geomorphologist, but I'll be serving in his place right now. And this project is being led by EMC Planning, and we're serving to do the technical work. And today I'm going to present to you a range of adaptation strategies that could be feasible to help Carmel through sea level rise and the challenges that we may be facing on the beach. We just covered a little bit of the outreach and engagement efforts. Thanks for that, Anastasia. That kind of dovetails with some ongoing work we're also doing on socioeconomics. This is a little bit of context. In addition to the identification of adaptation strategies, we're also looking into who uses the beach. And when people use the beach, where are they coming from? What are they doing? And some willingness to pay. So this information, it's a required element. The Coastal Commission requires this work to be done. And we're using cell phone data for this. This is data that we've acquired, but just know that the data is anonymous and it's aggregated, so we can't track, say, an individual cell phone or individual locations. It's just all aggregate data, just to get an idea about how many people come here and where they're going, different segments of the beach, what times of year, how things may change across the seasons. We've given another presentation on this, so I'm just covering it briefly, but just for general overview and information, it's about 1.1 million visits a year. It's really kind of split among two different types of groups. There's people that come on a regular basis. These are locals, people who are walking their dogs up and down the beach, on the beach, and sort of around the scenic road area. And then there's people that come maybe once, maybe twice a year, and those are largely tourists. And it's kind of split among those two groups. And average visit time we found is about 40 minutes, although once again, those distributions also change. Some spend really short amounts of time. They come, they look out on the beach, they go, and some hang out all day. Well, all that aside, I'm going to cover a little bit of the adaptation strategy work that we're doing. Before we get into that, just to refresh some of your memories, I'm going to get into a quick refresher on some of the work we did under Task 1, where we looked into some of the beach change analysis, projections for coastal erosion, and what's going to happen with sea level rise. So sea level rise is something that is occurring globally. We know this because we're measuring it. There's a tide station in Monterey where they've been measuring sea level rise, and it's been rising. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it's about 1.7 millimeters per year, about 8 to 9 inches over the past 100 years or so. And it's projected to increase in the future. The California Ocean Protection Council has come up with guidance on what sea level rise curves we should look at. That's sort of what you're seeing here on the right. And there's a lot of uncertainty associated with that. They recommend looking at 4.6 feet of sea level rise by 2100. That's what they call their intermediate high scenario. And when we did our study, we looked at sort of current conditions, 1 foot of sea level rise, 2 foot, and 4 foot, which 4 foot kind of puts us in line with what the OPC came out with in 2024. Our original study predated that, but we're right kind of in line with that, looking at about out to 2100. But depending on what curve you look at, it could be a little bit beyond. A couple of things that we should note with sea level rise is, if we continue to keep things the way they are, we fix our backshore where it is, and we don't do anything, our beaches will narrow. We know this because this has happened throughout time that beaches narrow with sea level rise, but if we provide space for those beaches to move inland, they will transgress and sort of move inland. We found that with every foot of sea level rise, we projected Carmel Beach to narrow by between 50 and 60 feet. And a typical summer beach will still exist in Carmel. We know in the winter right now it gets scoured out, and there's oftentimes many areas where there's no beach, especially in the south or south of 8th. But in the north around, the dune ramps maintain some beach. As we look out a little further into 2 feet of sea level rise, we find that it's kind of the same pattern will apply, right? There'll be continue to be beach width in the north, but continuing less in the south. And then where those headlands are along the beach, you'll likely in the summer find that there's be limited lateral access across the beach. So that sort of headland at 12th may limit people's ability to walk either north or south. And then by 4 feet, this is assuming that we fix the back shore in place, we could have extremely limited beach widths remaining in the summer. And you can see sort of on this map what those widths look like, maximum maybe up to 100 feet before you're hitting sort of that wet sand or sort of that beach face. And so here's a quick table overviewing what that looks like. Really by 4 feet, between 3 and 4 feet, it's a significant drop off to basically not much beach at all by the time you hit 5 feet. Now, of course, this assumes the coastal armoring stays where it is, and of course that we don't do anything. Just to sort of continue in the same vein, erosion is something that Carmel is familiar with and has experienced in the past. It's part of our study, and we presented this before, was to look at sort of projections of what future erosion could look like with sea level rise, looking at sort of the backshore geology conditions that are more conducive to erosion and where waves could overtop, waves coming over the armoring, moving into the bluff and eroding that bluff face. So some of these projections you see here where it says erosion hazard zone, that's that green area, are indications of sort of what the top of that crest of the bluff or with the dune, how that will transgress and move in over time. So in this near-term scenario, we're really just kind of seeing scenic road beginning to be vulnerable by a foot. The wastewater main exposed at Martin Way in between 9th and 10th. And the wastewater main's also under the dunes between 7th and 8th. And also that restroom at Santa Lucia would be affected as well. It's kind of built into the bluff and vulnerable to attack from waves and erosion. Here's projections of cliff and dune erosion at 2 feet. Overtopping of the current armoring heights into the dune and splashing up is projected to continue to occur, especially in areas where it's lower and where there's more wave energy being focused. So that's really between 8th and 12th. You continue to see erosion around 12th. That's kind of an area where there's a bit of faulting and folding in the geology that makes it a little bit more vulnerable. And you can see that highlighted here. This is at 4 feet. And this is really a scenario where you start to see more significant potential impacts. Once again, assuming that it's business as usual and we don't do anything, the homes along Scenic would be affected, the Del Mar parking lot, the water cisterns and the tanks that are located underneath there, water mains, sewer mains, other infrastructure under the road could potentially be vulnerable. So that's a little bit of the doom and gloom, but now I want to get into some of the adaptation strategies, so what we can choose to do. We use a framework really to think about what these range of strategies could be. There's sort of the do nothing approach, which is oftentimes kind of, what we're often doing. That's business as usual, do nothing, and then maybe we fix and maintain if we're lucky, but oftentimes that can be a very expensive option. Within this, there's sort of a range of options from protect, that's sort of trying to hold things in place, accommodate, which may allow for some of the physical processes, but you're sort of elevating or adjusting or adapting the infrastructure in its place. And then manage or treat, so instead of adapting it in place, like say raising it or sealing it, you're relocating it, you're moving it out of the way so that you're allowing some of those physical processes to occur. And then there's sort of a hybrid, so that could be incorporating some of all of these, both accommodate and protect, or protect then retreat. or say integration of gray or green or soft and hard strategies within your protection strategy. So that's what the hybrid sort of represents. I just want to point out, so on the right here, this is Soldiers Hall, and this is Fort Ord, and this was a facility that was, as you can see, there's some riprap underneath it. The structure was being threatened by erosion. Of course, this is an area where there's a lot of sand mining, but that area that the riprap was removed, the structure is no longer in use. And then you can see on this the picture below, the beach sort of re-equilibrates and it comes back. You can see the beach is there just a few years later. So this kind of gets into some of the secondary consequences, which is consideration of what are the pros and cons, or the drawbacks and benefits of each of these adaptation strategies. So we produced a matrix for you all. You'll find that, I believe, in the staff report. This will be something that we'll be providing as well as a deliverable. And we look at a range of criteria. So how much does something cost, both upfront and then over time? And when you build these strategies or you implement these strategies, can you implement beach access? Are there opportunities to improve ecology or habitat? Or is it going to have a negative impact on ecology and habitat? What's it going to do for recreation? The beach right now provides a great opportunity for low-cost recreation for the community, and that's something that should be considered, especially now when we get into community outreach and we look at sort of the surveys. What are people doing on the beach? So how can these strategies work with that? And then also the important things like views and aesthetics. Is a strategy going to block a view? Are aesthetics going to be maintained? I mean, Carmel Beach is a very special place. And eventually, will there be a loss of tourism-related revenue for the city? And that's something that we'll be looking to estimate in our socioeconomic study. So when we think about adaptation, we can think about strategies being implemented sort of in a range of places along the shoreline. Strategies that are looking at sort of the near shore and sort of that intertidal area are kind of looking at ways to reduce wave energy. So sort of disrupt the currents or even the currents that when the beach is scoured out, to sort of develop along the backshore that can kind of scour out and create erosion of the coastal armoring. And then on the beach, we can look at how we can add or maintain or modify sediments so that you maintain more beach and provide that sort of first line of defense as a winter storm comes in. That sort of sand provides that sort of buffer. And in the backshore, we can look at how we can protect the backshore from wave energy. So, protecting from those nearshore currents, as I just mentioned, and reducing terrestrial erosion, limiting the amount of wave energy that comes up over top of the coastal armoring and potentially erodes into the bluff or dune, and then leads to more significant upland impacts. So we put these together and we rank them in this matrix, and sort of from immediate to short, medium, and long term. And you can see in this as well, we have a ranking of sort of its effectiveness as sort of reduce, stop, or avoid erosion, and sort of what is the cost. This can vary widely, and we'll provide some cost estimates in the future. And what's the regulatory viability? There's a range of regulatory powers that be, and Coastal Commission being one of them, and also because the sanctuary regulates sort of that offshore environment as well. So would these potential strategies or policies be compatible with this regulatory environment? And then finally, sort of what the co-benefits are. Can we maintain our beach widths? What's the impacts on surfers, water quality, sand quality, ecological impacts, and public access? So here's that table that I was mentioning. Once again, we'll provide this. This is a lot to go through, and I'm not going to go through it in detail now, but this will be in the report. So here now I'm going to get into a range of these individual strategies. I'll provide a quick description of them, what we're considering, and then as we get into the public outreach event, we can talk about these, and then we'll sort of whittle this down, and we'll eventually identify sort of the timing and where they could be implemented in Carmel and how they'd be implemented in Carmel. So some of the short-term strategies are those that I think a lot of people in Carmel would be fairly familiar with. Some of these are strategies that have been implemented in other places. A lot of them have been implemented here. I won't get into all of these, but what the advantage of these types of strategies is that, working with vegetation, dunes, and sands, it's quite dynamic. So what that means is that, sands move, with the wave climate. They're dynamic in that the way they move also helps sort of disrupt some of the wave energies and sort of lower the wave impacts. And the same thing with vegetation, it helps keep soils in place. I guess what I'm saying is it's resilient, a lot of these strategies. And that can actually really help. It may cost a little bit of money to get these in place, but then they may self-maintain themselves into the future, especially with vegetation. With moving sand around, yeah, there's definitely a maintenance associated with that, and that could potentially escalate with sea level rise. So Carmel Beach is a very unique place. It has a type of beach that is very different from other beaches on the Monterey and Central California coast. It's sort of developed over time from erosion of the granodiorite headlands, so there's a lot of quartz content in it that's different from other nearby beaches, maybe similar to some of the ones at like Pebble Beach Golf Course, up Arrowhead Point, that kind of area, but otherwise very different. And I guess the thing to consider with this type of beach is because of that, it's going to be hard to source other types of sand. Even sand out on the offshore might be quite different. It might have a different mineral composition, different grain size, color, other qualities. So when considering, how to add sand or bring sand to this beach, these are important things to consider. The other important thing to consider is like how you get that material there. Ideally, the best source of sediment is the one that's already there, right? So ideally, you're not trucking something great distances or running a dredge onto the beach. So most immediately, something that could be implemented is dune restoration. I think this has already been occurring. It's a great opportunity to restore sort of the native, low, kind of hummocky dunes that have historically existed in the shoreline. It can help to trap windblown sand within the beach, and I think it can really serve to help habitat. Carmel has done a lot of work on this, and I think it's something that should be continued to work on. I think there's a lot of opportunities here, including incorporating the driftwood material that washes up to help establish like low dunes to keep those things in place. But the disadvantage to these low dunes or dunes in general is that they can, experience some erosion, whether that be foot traffic or people, or also just from, eventual scarping from cutting away from the waves, and then sort of the dunes can be lost. So they can be highly vulnerable to multiple large storm wave events. One thing we've worked on in the past to help protect dunes is living shorelines utilizing driftwood to help expand dunes or give them some resiliency. This is a living shoreline that we helped to implement in Aptos at Rio Del Mar. It actually helped to save the bathroom and pump station that was behind it during 2 large winter storm wave events and limited the impacts to that facility. It's one of the most vulnerable facilities on the Santa Cruz County coastline. And the way this could be implemented in Carmel is perhaps after some of these large storm waves come in, you get some scarping, a steep kind of dune forming. You could come in with some of this driftwood material, pin it in place, sort of like together, like notched in and buried, and then sort of brought the sand put back over it to help bring some resiliency to these dunes. This is kind of a similar type of strategy called the sacrificial winter storm burn. This is really kind of a first line of defense, right? So this would be built before the winter storms come in. It's basically like piling up the sand a little bit from the front of the beach to the back of the beach. And that'll just provide that first line of defense, and then as it gets hit, that sand will then get redistributed. And I know that a lot of research is being done on this. Researchers at UCLA are looking at different shapes of berms. So we'll integrate this new and novel research that's ongoing right now in our study to make some recommendations for if that could work for Carmel as well. This strategy, sand management and harvesting, is something that Carmel has done in the past. This is moving sand kind of from the front of the beach to the back of the beach. In the past, they sort of moved sand out of the foreshore. We talked to Greg D'Ambrosio and others about this while we're on the beach. I know they used to cover the riprap revetments as well. And typically what happened is in the winter, the first big storm waves would come in and sort of push that out and also pull that sand out of those revetments, kind of open them up so they function better too. This is something that could be a good strategy. It helps bring sand back into the environment quicker than it normally would, sort of speeds up the recovery. But no, putting a bulldozer on the beach can be disruptive to sand burrowing species and beach goers and things like that. So there's a lot of considerations here, including the fact that it may have an unpredictable lifespan, especially with seagull plants. Opportunistic beach nourishment and beneficial reuse is a strategy that basically is setting up a series of policies so that if there's excavation of beach-compatible sand locally, building a basement, what have you, that sand would be tested. If it's clean, if it's good, you could use that and bring that to the beach. Some cities in Australia, I know they require this as policy. Construction projects have to, pay for this. It's great when the beach sand is close. However, it's not always known if you're going to get this, how often it's going to be available. And so there's some unpredictability associated with that. We've been talking about perhaps it'd be a good strategy to implement this where the dune ramps are right now. I know there's a lot of maintenance associated with keeping those dune ramps so that you get accessibility. So the thought could be to placing some of the sand at the top of the dune ramps, especially the wind-blown sand that blows into the parking lot or other places as that's pushed. Push it so that it's basically at the top of the dune ramps, and then it can sort down with gravity, and as people walk over it, down onto the beach. This also avoids some of the permitting and regulatory hurdles of delivering sand directly on the beach. So it could be easier to do. Thinking about things that would not be easier to do, this is a large-scale beach nourishment. This is much more common on the East Coast, Gulf Coast, and even in Southern California. I believe it's happened in San Francisco as well. But this is really like a large-scale, oftentimes dredging of sand, moving it from the sort of offshore, where it's not being picked up by waves, and then onto the beach. And this would sort of artificially widen and recover the beach. But of course, this would have to take a lot of study and sort of talking with various regulatory authorities that be on sort of how this would take place, and also study on if there really is a beach-compatible sand available nearby. And finally, when we talk about these, is vegetation and landscaping. This is kind of similar to a lot of the work that's already been done. We'll just continue doing that. So planting and landscaping of native plants. As we know, sort of ice plant, it can fail in large chunks. It's really kind of a mat with thin roots. When it goes, it kind of exposes large areas of bare soil, but sort of native plants that have deeper roots can help keep soil in place. Some disadvantages, you may need to have a little bit of like other types of soil stabilization in place in the short term, just to make sure those native plants can thrive and be healthy. But we recommend if this were to occur to coincide with regular trail and access improvements, stormwater improvements, and use it to control access along with signage and fencing, things like that, to keep people and animals off the block. Moving on here, just getting into some of the mid to long-term strategies. That really involves a little bit more of the engineered infrastructure, which would have to be studied. Some of these we're already familiar with. A lot of these stop erosion strategies are already on the beach, riprap, seawalls. We could look to improve or raise these seawalls. Also low-crusted structures to reduce erosion scour and other strategies like that. This is something kind of novel. These are looking basically to work with the existing shore platforms and sort of that sandstone, mudstone outcroppings, and reduce some of the wave energy as it comes in to potentially limit the amount of erosion. These would all require a lot of monitoring and maintenance, and there are going to be some challenges associated with permitting. But it'd be easier to permit if there's multiple benefits. So benefits for access, if access is integrated into it, potentially some habitat improvements, recreation improvements, and then obviously a plan for what to do once that strategy is no longer effective. So here are some of the stop erosion strategies. I think we're all familiar with those. So sort of improvements in riprap and seawalls. This is a light sketch. Don't take this seriously. This is just something put together for a presentation of this is what it could look like. I know that there's some work being done by Moffett Nickel and Haley and Aldrich, inspecting the current armoring, looking at the stairways and determining, say, what riprap needs to be restacked, what seawalls need to be improved. We hope to work with that study in tandem for our study so that geotechnical and that inspection information could be integrated to know sort of where and to what degree we can implement these types of strategies. The advantage is these have a higher regulatory viability because their armoring's already there and it will extend the useful life of the coastal armoring, but it does have the disadvantage and you're still continuing to fix that backshore and therefore it comes to some cost to the beach. Another strategy we've seen close by, this is a shotcrete wall at Pebble Beach golf links. Basically, it's a tieback wall. You can see it's been textured to look like the natural geology, and then sort of the bluff terrace above the sort of soft soils have been basically, it's shotcreted. Essentially, it's kind of like you're building a pool, basically. And this could work as well, limiting the wave energy that it reaches the bluff terrace, but there could be conflicts with trees and vegetation, and it has aesthetic issues. But a very popular one has actually been implemented here. This is Santa Cruz. This is Pleasure Point. There's a famous shotcrete wall. You can see there's little pockets in here. There's vegetation. There's plankton in there. There's access put into that wall too, so you can walk down those stairways. Excuse me. Another strategy here is replacement of riprap with vertical seawalls. Soil nail walls like vertical seawalls and soil nail walls take up much less space on the beach. You can see the footprint of this riprap. It's about 80 feet. Whereas a vertical seawall will buy you some of that space by taking up less room. And then finally, the last set of strategies I'll get into here is just how to reduce erosion. You can see here, this is an air photo from Carmel. There's existing offshore rock there, which can actually act to deflect, sort of reduce some of the wave energy around it. I'll get into that in a sec. So one strategy here, this is a strategy that's kind of novel. Haven't seen it in many other places, but sort of development of sort of these low crested structures to reduce erosion and scour that can occur in sort of these pockets in the shore platform. Basically there to sort of disrupt some of the wave energy as it comes in and also trap some of the sediment as it comes back, so just kind of keep it in place. The idea would be use ideally sort of a natural type material, looks like the rock around it. Could use sort of there's some chemical means that are being studied to sort of cement together through chemical means of the sediment itself, the sand, to kind of harden it. So that's sort of a novel approach. Another idea, it's very similar, shore platform enhancement. Basically consists of similar cemented sediments on the back beach. They'd be kind of erodible, right? Also, once again, to sort of disrupt that incoming wave energy and currents that can develop. Kind of in line with that, we recommend sort of an integration of wave deflectors and access improvements. We know that that's being studied right now. There's wooden stairways, as you know, that as you try to walk down the beach and if it gets scoured out in the winter, you cannot get to the beach. So, providing sort of a base with some wave deflection at the bottom could be a significant improvement. And finally, nearshore reefs, as I just alluded to, these are structures that have been implemented in other places. Some places are called surf reefs. In Australia, there's a few of those. They've been built. Southern California, there's a couple of examples, especially on the East Coast. But this would have to be something that would take significant study. These would essentially help to reduce the wave energy and perhaps trap some sediment. But disadvantages, there could be some habitat implications. We'd have to study sort of what the impact would be on the kelp forest. Would it be positive? Would it be negative? Would it increase scouring at the base of these structures or not? And what is the regulatory viability of it? But you can see here, sort of in this image, this is sort of a tombolo that develops that, essentially as the beach widening can occur behind these. You kind of see that happening there too. So it's just a design. So this is something that would require significant study. So finally, and I'll go quickly here, just there's some retreat and relocation. I mean, in the end of the day, everything that I mentioned here will just buy you some time, but we can't avoid the inevitable. Sea level rise is happening. In the long term, as a community, everyone needs to come together to establish a vision for what the shoreline is. What are our priorities here? We could continue to harden the shoreline forever, but eventually, natural processes will want to take place, right? Like, eventually, we'll have to think about if we want to maintain a beach, can we also maintain armoring in place? Maybe not. So that's where we need to start these conversations early, thinking about the trade-offs. and bring in sort of this, it is a lengthy planning process to think about what to involve to sort of move and reroute and sort of phase in implementation. So this is really a planned strategy to do over time so that, private property owners and everybody, all the key stakeholders involved are listened to and heard, and, avoiding sort of any legal risks that may ensue. There's a lot of challenges in Carmel. Thinking about adaptation pathways, you can kind of see there's a lot of different directions we can go. This is where we're headed in this next phase, balancing all the various uses on the beach and the upland, emergency access, coastal access, and sort of the location of critical infrastructure, which likely would need to be moved first, right? And then sort of what you're going to do for everything else behind that's threatened. So you can see we have got a lot of considerations. I just went over a few of them. This is kind of where we're going now. We're going to be starting to think about some triggers, sort of like what's going to cause us to think about sort of moving to the next phase. Is that by exposure? How often does scenic road get, say, overtopped with wave energy? If that starts happening every winter, we got to do something. By distance, how much erosion has been occurring? We'll measure it. How threatened is the trail? How steep is the bluff face in front of it? Or by cost of repairs or damages. If the city's spending in excess of money, it's time to do something. So we have to start thinking about when those are, and that's where we have really kind of some discussions to come in these next phases. So that's kind of getting into where we're at. We're going to continue with the public outreach, continue with the socioeconomic analysis, and look into some sort of detailed evaluation of adaptation options, cost-benefit analysis. And you can see here on the right, this is an adaptation pathway and some locations of where strategies could be implemented in the future. And then finally, there's going to be an update to the local coastal program. So that's where we're headed, kind of at the end of this. And then hopefully identification of funding sources and future work. So we look forward to that. Just a final plug, May 15th, we've got the community workshop, as Anastasia mentioned, and we still have a survey out. You can take that until, I believe, the late summer. So thank you very much, everybody. I've been Matt Jameson, and Ashley Ellenson just joined me here, and Dave Revel, who's not here. That's our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Do we have any questions or comments from the commission before we open it up to public comment?
I'll ask a question.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious, does a permanent ramp for heavy machinery, I guess, have an impact on any of your adaptation strategies?
Yeah, it's a little hard to hear you, but I believe you asked, is there, in terms of getting heavy machinery down onto the beach?
Right.
Is that what you're asking about?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, many of these strategies will require that, and I know that's an issue at Carmel. 8th Avenue, San Rep was sort of that access location for machinery. So clearly, if there needs to be some planning put in place so that, that could happen, so that, really there's an order of operations here, like, that access at 8th would need to be improved so that machinery could get down the beach if this were, some of these strategies, as I mentioned, are to occur.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Matt. Thank you so much for that. I had a couple of questions. Would it be fair to say then, are you, through the questionnaire and speaking to the city staff and us, are you looking to find out what direction that we would like to move in with coastal erosion implementations? I know there's several here that you just mentioned. Are you looking for some direction, and at the end of this, will you be presenting us with some sort of a plan that we can use? Is that what the goal is?
Yeah, exactly. The goal right now is to figure out what the vision is from the community and others for the future of this coast. And, we're looking at right now who the beach users are, what the value is of the upland, so that we can prioritize these various adaptation strategies so that it fits Carmel's needs. I think there are a lot of questions that we're going to have in terms of sort of thinking about those triggers that I mentioned, sort of when we have to start thinking about these different strategies. We brought up sort of the beach sand, We need to understand sort of at what point would the city or folks in the city be willing to accept a different type of beach sand quality or type of sand. And then as we look at sort of relocation, what that would look like from the perspective of those in Carmel. So there's a lot of questions that we have and we're going to be looking into in the future, and that's partly why we're doing this adaptation, this outreach events, this public workshop, and presenting now, so we can get some idea of that information so that we're informed. And then, as you said, yes, at the end, there will be a report with recommendations where we're going to lay out these adaptation pathways over time and provide some like more pragmatic policy and direct actions that the city can take in the future.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners? At this point, let's open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to make a comment on the presentation that we received? No? Okay, wow. Anybody online?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that update. I know you're at task 2 and there's a lot ahead, so it'll be helpful to continue seeing your work. And I had just one question on the sand, the bulldozers, if that's a question. You know, they are regularly on all of the Southern California beaches. In fact, there's almost daily movement of sand in some of the Southern California beaches. I'm just curious, from your perspective, why we don't seem to see that. Certainly, you don't see it on Carmel. It sounds like you have in Aptos and some other areas near here. So I'm just curious why you think that isn't something that or do you think we've properly investigated it?
Yeah, and I guess I need to clarify here. So what occurs really in a lot of the Southern California beaches, and here in Santa Cruz as well, especially the Santa Cruz main beach, is sort of like it's like a beach raking, if you will. So they're going to run machinery to sort of pick up trash and debris and take that off the beach, which is very different from running a bulldozer, which is moving sand from sort of the front of the beach to the back of the beach, and that you see much less often. The examples that I showed in this presentation, one was Carpinteria, and then there's also an example there in Santa Barbara we showed where they do that. It's sort of a program to do every winter to sort of build up that sand. And I know Carmel has done that as well in the past, usually kind of like in sort of 1 or 2 large events of moving sand, before the tourist season, but after the winter storm season, if you will. So as to why that changed, I think that's not a question that I can totally answer. I think that there's some probably changes in funding, changing government, and then also I think that Coastal Commission policy might have played a factor into that as well, and sort of why that program is not seen as much now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
The city did, last week, we actually did have some sand movement. If you were all down there, you probably saw it. We had rented some equipment to get the sand movement down at Del Mar and 8th Street and different areas of the beach. We were pushing sand around. So in the past, I believe before like 2004 or something like that, we had a sand management program that they had funded us to do that on a regular basis, but it stopped after that with funding.
So it was more funding related in terms of, okay, so it's relevant to.
And just,
yeah.
sorry.
And the equipment that we rented, the skid steer, we're actually on track to get one this fiscal year for the city to be able to use.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on to our next item of business, pickleball. Tom, before you begin your report, I just have a question. This is more parliamentary. I'm just curious, How many people are here for public comment on pickleball today? Could you stand up if you intend to speak? How many? 13. Okay, and how do you, if are there people online? Could you just show a quick show of hands if you intend to speak on pickleball today?
2.
So far, there are 2 hands.
Okay.
Online.
Okay. Before we jump into your presentation, Tom, I just want to ask a quick question of our commissioners just to get some input before we get started, which is with this many speakers, we have 2 opportunities here. One is to maintain the 3-minute public comment time increment. When you have this many speakers, the commission has the opportunity to limit public comment to 2 minutes per speaker instead of 3. And I think the question I have for commissioners is, does anybody have a point of view that they would like to share as it pertains to the public comment for today?
I have a point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see it drop to 2 minutes and be very pointed to what you'd like to tell us. There were how many people?
I think we have at least maybe 15. But
So by the time you go back and forth, that's about another hour. So 2 minutes would be a lot better, and adhering to the time on the little sign here would be helpful too. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay. Does anybody else have
Because most of you have spoken already, and we...
Does anybody, the one suggestion that I had was that I know this is a really important topic for a lot of people. Many of you we've heard previously, but I think would appreciate the opportunity, maybe you're here today to speak again. I think my 2 thoughts on this would be that we actually maintain the 3 minutes, but that we have 2 protocols that we really enforce. One is that it is a 3-minute speaking time, so that at the 3 minutes, we're done. People need to respect the time. And that 2, that we don't want to hear the same comment over and over again. This is one of the things they've started doing at City Council, which is really making their meetings more efficient. So if a speaker comes and represents your point of view, if you intend to make the exact same kind of comments, if you could maybe not take 3 minutes, but take a minute to just say that you agree with a speaker that has made a point previously. That would help us balance, and on average maybe we'll get to sort of 2 minutes and not 3. But I think that we're in a place where 3 minutes is okay, provided that we make sure that everybody is respectful of that time. Does that sound reasonable? I know, Sarah, you were looking for something less. Hopefully by having people just say they agree with the former speaker, that will help us. Is that reasonable?
And you should know that this is a warning. The yellow is a warning, and then at the red, you would need to quit immediately.
When there is a yellow light, when you have like 10 seconds left, so if people could just pay attention to that while you're speaking, that would be useful. Okay. The other thing, just as a point of information, is that if we are still here at 6 o'clock, we will be taking a break for 15 or 20 minutes. There are just as a break. So I just want everybody to be aware of that before we start into this topic. We do have additional agenda items after pickleball to go over today, so that isn't our last item, but just before we get started. And with that, Tom, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much for providing a recommendation to the commission.
Certainly.
In the packet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair and commissioners, residents, good afternoon. My name is Tom Ford. I'll be primarily presenting on pickleball today. I requested that our city forester, Justin Ono, who is, he's the director of the Forest Parks and Beach, or he's the head of the Forest Parks and Beach. And I've also asked our Public Works Director, Mary Bilsey, to chime in as well. So please feel free to, both of you. We're going to begin, going to kind of go through the timeline here. This began on December 1st, 2011. That was the first time that the Forest and Beach Commission addressed pickleball. And I'm going to put F&B, that stands for Forest and Beach Commission, for all the future slides. That was when Forest and Beach Commission voted to incorporate 2 pickleball courts into the Forest Hill tennis courts. The exact wording, just for reference of history, it was to approve the installation of one court for pickleball. If usage is high, then the other side will be painted for pickleball. Ultimately, 2 were painted. Fast forward a decade later to 2021, Forest and Beach Commission voted to stripe 2 additional courts for a total of 4. From 2021 to 2024, there was an escalation of noise complaints, culminating with City Council in August of 2024, referring the pickleball matter to the Forest and Beach Commission to find a balance. And their exact wording on that was to explore a policy prior to the end of 2024 that would balance the pickleball and tennis activities at Forest Hill Park with the surrounding residential uses. I understand that said 2024, but I think we've been deliberate in our approach. Regardless, the very following Forest and Beach Commission, staff and the commission had, started to address that. We brought pickleball onto the Forest and Beach agenda. This was in September of 2024. We reviewed the background of how we got here, the city policies, and the policies I'm referring to are what our general plan says about noise and what the Carmel Municipal Code says about noise. We touched on resident input, and thankfully the residents show up to speak for themselves. And they have been outstanding in their input. We got a chance to meet with several of them tons of times. They've been very helpful, so I can't say thank you enough to the residents time and time again. At that meeting, the Forest and Beach Commission recommended for staff to research other cities' rules and methods to address noise. Speaking of rules, we got familiar with all of the rules that are posted, all at Forest Hill Park. The only rules that address open hours is actually in Lower Forest Hill Park at the playground, and number 6, it'd be very hard to read on the screen, but the very last rule is playground open from sunrise to sunset. There is no such sign at Upper Forest Hill Park. And then this is a terrible photo that I took of one of the 2 signs up at Forest Hill Park that was there for many years. It says, "Please do not hit tennis balls against the walls," presumably in relation to the annoyance factor or repetitive sound factor of, kind of just time and time again hitting them against the wall. And then there is a second sign. You see it in the background here. I'll show it later, but it essentially says 30 minutes for singles, an hour for doubles. So we continued to gather input from residents. We spoke with folks who play tennis, pickleball, and we met with, would you remind me the position title of the person from the city of Monterey?
We met with the recreation manager, Shannon Leon. I believe that is her title.
And then we also met with an official from Yountville, who was very helpful. And what we brought back the following month to Forest and Beach was kind of our findings from those meetings and from us researching the matter. Yountville, for example, had implemented. They walked us through the process of implementing sound-reducing fences or barriers. Monterey, you can see the photo in the upper right of the screen. Those are their rules that they posted on the court. They elected to recommend, I'll just read the sign, "Please use only USA Pickleball recommended pickleball and paddles for quiet play." Then they have a QR code to buy them. Other cities had done things like, requiring the quiet paddles or quiet balls, limiting hours, putting in those sound barriers. Those are the primary methods to address this. And the Forest and Beach Commission at that meeting had recommended staff research sound barriers and collect rudimentary sound data. Skipping to the next meeting in November of 2024, Staff had presented some sound levels recorded at 3 surrounding locations within 100 feet from the courts. Those are indicated on the screen. Maybe you could see the orange or red dots. Those are all measured at the property line, the private property line, so the intersect, where it goes from being the public right-of-way to the private property. We chose that because that's what our community planning and building department, that's the spot that they use when they use their sound meter. So they lent us this sound meter for us to use. It should be noted right up front that that the folks who took these readings, Justin and I went out on a few times, we're not sound engineers. We did use high quality equipment, but feel the need to put that out there each time, right? So it was intended to provide a general framework, not to directly influence policy decisions, these readings, that is. This location 1, this is just an example of the distance. Just wanted to show folks in the bottom right of the screen, Google Earth, which is very reliable measurement, has a tool that shows it's 97 feet away. Location 2, okay, this is the west, sorry, going back to location 1, this is the west side of the courts. And sorry, it was easiest for me to kind of turn the picture, I guess it would be clockwise. And this is the location 2 is north of the courts across Lorca Lane, 95 feet away. And then location 3, and I rotated the picture again, that's still the north. So location 3 is still on the north side of Lorca Lane, 72 feet away. And there should be noted that at that location, there's no vegetation in the way and there is no fence in the way, and it's almost level with the court, as opposed to locations 1 and 2 are raised about 20 feet above the level of the courts. That'll come into play just a bit later. So this was the sound data that was collected. It is not an exhaustive, it's very small font for folks who are here in person. So I'll highlight the most important things on it. But this is not. We didn't go there 50 times. We took seven measurements on 7 different days. And I had already said that there was no official or scientific data. And by the way, we did not have data on tennis because it's not above the ambient sound. So even when there were people playing tennis on 1 or 2 occasions, I think, and their hits never spiked the sound meter. What the reading showed is that at location 2 and location 3, there were periodic noise spikes slightly exceeding 60 decibels, which in the next slide we'll find out 60 decibels is what the city dubs to be normally acceptable threshold. Below 60 is the normally acceptable threshold for residential land use. And I'll show that in just a moment. So slightly above 60 decibels falls into the conditionally acceptable range. But before we move on, I just wanted to highlight just 2 or 3 of those points. At location 2, there was one reading that touched just above 60 decibels. At location 3, 3 separate times, it hit above 60 decibels. And this is the chart that, again, hard to see for the folks here, but I'll explain what this chart is. This is the chart that we compared our sound data to, because this chart is found in the general plan, the city's general plan, the noise element, and it essentially lays out different ranges of levels of sound and their level of acceptability. So the level of acceptability of the sound. For example, the top row, we highlighted, those are the ranges for residential areas. The normally acceptable range, which is the leftmost column, is 50 to 60 decibels. And then conditionally acceptable is 55 to 70. You will have seen that all of the data points fell within those two. something like a chainsaw would fall under normally unacceptable or clearly unacceptable if that were to have been like a sport, like but the helpful part of us gathering the sound data is that it's not like we gathered 85 decibels. It's not like that was the sound data, right? It fell somewhat within the range that there is a bit of subjectivity. You'll notice that there's overlap between normally acceptable and conditionally acceptable ranges. Okay, so that's where we are. And then in neighborhood parks, which is the highlighted portion at the bottom, there's different ranges that I had wanted to provide as well, but we didn't take sound measurements. I wasn't standing right up against the pickleball player as they were playing. I included some excerpts from the general plan, the noise element. I thought these, I passed these by my colleagues, and we thought they were pertinent to excuse me, remind ourselves of. The quotes on the screen are, a major objective is to establish compatibility guidelines for land use and noise. One of the goals, objectives, and policies is to preserve Carmel's overall quiet environment, reduce noise in Carmel to levels compatible with the existing and future land uses, and prevent the increase of noise levels in areas where noise-sensitive uses are located, as well as support programs to reduce community noise levels where possible to levels acceptable to the community. Another important note to consider, this is also from the general plan. It's from the public facilities and services element of the general plan. That says one of the goals of the city is to recognize the unique social, cultural, and recreational aspirations and activities which contribute to the vitality of Carmel-by-the-Sea, to provide a range of public and semi-public facilities and programs responsive to those aspirations, to provide public services to ensure each resident a safe, healthful, and attractive living environment, to maintain both facilities and programs so as to exemplify the highest standards for the community. This kind of really touches on everything right here. It's kind of a delicate dance that we're addressing. We're still on the November Forest and Beach Commission. That was a big one. We talked about the sound reducing options, the acoustic fencing. It certainly is known to reduce the pitch of the noise from the so-called pops of the paddle. There is a cost that at least our department perceived to be high. We had a quote at that time for surrounding most of the fencing. It would have been $59,000, and it may or may not resolve the issue due to elevated homes nearby. We didn't want to pay $5,000 to $10,000 to $15,000 for. At that time, we didn't want to commit to paying a sound engineer that quantity of money just to see what was going on. We instead consulted various sound studies that other cities had done. It was challenging to find a correlation because we have such a uniquely situated court so far below surrounding homes. And then there were concerns from I didn't write this up there, but the police department had cited, I don't know if I want to say concerns, questions. They had cited questions they had regarding the visibility into the courts. At that time, there was no nearby sound barriers or sound fencing. There since now is over at Pacific Grove. That's what that picture is up in the upper right-hand corner. Justin and I went and spoke extensively with their staff just a couple weeks ago. So it dampens the pitch. However, we don't know if you can still hear it, and we don't know if that might still produce complaints. Moving on to other options that we had discussed, possibly restricting hours. We had used the example of Pacific Grove Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And then we had also discussed quiet equipment, quiet balls and paddles. It was actually very helpful that our residents came up here, the pickleball community, and said, we don't want that. So that was something that they had requested for an option not to pursue. So in order to, right at the end of this meeting, in order to prepare a set of possible, rules that we could implement in Forest Hill Park, the commission recommended that staff seek the insight of an acoustic fence representative and to continue researching what measures other jurisdictions have taken. Fast forward a month, at the December meeting of the Forest and Beach Commission, staff presented a number of options for interim rules, which ranged from the possible elimination of the sport in its entirety to the regulation of pickleball materials, playable hours, and days. Staff did not end up presenting an option for the installation of acoustic fences, the acoustic barriers, the sound-reducing barriers, due to a number of challenges. That included repeated requests to sales representatives that effectively went unanswered. But we had gotten a quote that we felt was relatively high at that time, and we had thought that perhaps wasn't the best avenue to pursue at that time. So the commission ultimately adopted what was a 90-day period of interim rules, which kind of rolled back allowable pickleball play hours to Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. With the idea that after 90 days, the commission would come back and reassess the effects in March 2025, where we are today. But right after this meeting, the interim rules were adopted, and within a couple of days, some temporary signs were kind of stuck up all over the place there. I believe they were put up on December 16th, and then it says effective December 20th, 2024. So we got to see what it was like for several weeks. Jumping right into January of this year, 2 months ago, staff had provided a status update regarding some challenges that were faced. There were complaints that Public Works and the Police Department have received regarding noncompliance. It should also be noted that the majority of time there was compliance, but of course the several times that there were not got a lot of, certainly a lot of attention. We heard about them quite a bit. Punitive enforcement was not possible because although the Forest and Beach Commission has the authority to establish rules in parks, those rules are not codified in the municipal code. So in an effort to try to have some kind of enforcement and to amend the interim plan to promote a bit more of compliance, the commission voted to lock the nets and adjust the hours to 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So that's how that happened. Right after that, our guys at Public Works had put together these official city signs. You'll see it on the left-hand side there, and actually on the right-hand side, you'll see an example of that doubles, singles, 30 minutes, 1 hour sign that I was referencing earlier. Otherwise, there's not terribly a lot of pertinent information on there. Overall, it was three signs, correct? On the courts?
Yes.
They were at both entrances and
inside.
And then one inside by those rules. So there were three overall. So right when someone walked in the door, they were eye level.
Tom, sorry.
Yes, sir.
And I went out to talk to our planning staff and code enforcement. And I wanted to touch on the sound device used. Is professional, and it's, we're not sound scientists, but it is good enough and used for enforcement of things like generators.
And we did investigate quite a bit what settings to put it on. So it was on the appropriate settings to the extent that the settings are available on there to be able to measure the sound. So we did our homework on that. Fast forwarding to the present day, so this is 2 months after the January meeting. How did the rules go? How did the interim period go? There were locking and unlocking issues of the nets, and some of that was challenges with city staff or our custodial services, which also service the restrooms up there on weekends, because our staff doesn't have folks who work on the weekends, only during the summer. So there was challenges with personnel. If one of our custodial staff that we contract was sick, we didn't have them contact a colleague of theirs to ensure that someone would come right over at 4 o'clock. So there was some things to work through, and each of those I think there was 2 separate times. Each of those weekends, it looked a little bit messy. We came back to a lot of feedback. So there were some challenges there. I put rules followed ? I can say that they were just like I said, they were followed the majority of the time. The times that they weren't, which was maybe a total of 24 times that were officially reported, those were, wouldn't say egregious, but it seemed very clear that those folks that were there were not following the rules. And staff actually, we got to speak with a couple folks in the pickleball community right after 2 of those times. And they had said, this is a popular place. This wasn't our group here. Unfortunately, these are people who were perhaps transient or visitors. So, but I did want to note the numbers of calls to the police department. This is an updated number as of what day was the 11th? That Monday, Tuesday, Monday. It was as of the 11th of this month.
Tom, is that from December 20th?
Yeah, so there were, between December 20th and January 16th, there were 8 calls, and we asked the police for reports each time. There were 3 calls to them between January 17th and February 13th, and then there were 6 calls between Valentine's Day and the 11th. So that's a total of 17. So in an effort to address, this is a complicated matter, and in an effort to try to address this situation sort of in its entirety, staff had developed a policy whose purpose is to balance activities and residential considerations. That those words come kind of right from City Council's recommendation to us. B, comply with the city's noise standards, which are the Carmel Municipal Code, Chapter 8.56, and the general plan, specifically the noise element. C, be more attuned to the city's village character. D, to align with the city's human resources and fiscal resources. So I'm going to kind of go through each of these because this is kind of the crux of the matter of what staff is recommending. Staff's recommendation is kind of predicated on addressing these 4 pillars. For A, balance, the city has considered that both the growing popularity of pickleball and the court's historical use for tennis. So in an effort to accommodate both sports, staff is recommending designated separate permanent sections within the courts. The tennis side would be significantly larger to meet the regulation dimensions, like to provide room on the sides of the tennis courts. While the pickleball side, requiring less space, will fit within the remaining area. And I measured it out on Google Earth. That's where the division line would be should the tennis court be on the left side. So to clearly define these sections, staff proposes installing a full-length fence to partition the courts, ensuring one side is exclusively for tennis and the other side exclusively for pickleball. Additionally, each entrance gate, there are 2 of them. There's a summary. I'll put up a summary slide next. So there are two entrance gates to the tennis and pickleball courts. Each would be equipped with an automatic locking device to help enforce the designated play areas. What was your perception of Pacific Grove's locking devices?
It was really interesting, and I don't believe we didn't think about that. So they have automatic locks that they can set, and I spoke with Cleve, and he said that they're fairly inexpensive, and you can just do it on your phone, and it's.
And that addresses one of staff's concern, is that will, reduce or almost eliminate staff time to go up there. Moving on to compliance. B, staff is recommending 2 of the 4 pickleball courts be removed in an effort to reduce by 1/2 the total number of pickleball-related sounds. Staff believes that entirely unregulated play, which is what has happened prior to 2025, entirely unregulated play may not comply with the city's noise standards. However, by significantly regulating the use of the courts to limited times and days, for example, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., staff believes the recommended amount of play and duration of play will comply with the spirit of the city's noise standards and uphold their intent, and would therefore not be considered to be so harsh or prolonged as to constitute a violation. And the violation that I'm referring to is, this is codified, right, in Carmel Municipal Code 8.56.070. Regarding village character, the staff is very sensitive to the needs of our residents and their desire for the quaint village that makes Carmel-by-the-Sea so special. And at the same time, the city also supports recreation in its designated spaces. So to balance our quaint ideal with the realities of living near recreational courts, staff recommends allowing pickleball play for a limited schedule, 3 days a week for 6 hours each. The intention is for this approach to provide local residents with an opportunity to enjoy the sport while helping to prevent issues such as overcrowding and parking overflow that can arise from unrestricted use. That continued to come up as well. So hopefully this measure would address that. And then D, the resources factor. Public Works has limited staff. That makes it difficult to allocate permanent resources to physically locking and unlocking nets that are privately owned, or that have been privately owned. They are privately owned, the ones that are on the courts currently. And of course, they're located on city property. To address this, staff recommends that the city invest in high-quality, permanent pickleball nets with an estimated cost of currently about $2,000. 2 permanent nets, real high quality, and our Public Works would install them. There would be no installation fee. We would buy the parts. Additionally, by installing automatic locking and unlocking mechanisms on the gates, staff believes this will significantly reduce the need for repeated in-person staff time. Staff also considers the estimated cost of a fence partitioning the 2 sides of the court to be relatively reasonable, given the delicate balance we're trying to achieve here. This is a summary of everything that I had just said. This is what staff's recommendation is. I'm not sure if I need to reread all of this, but it's 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 10 to 4, with the measures that we had just spoken, the financial and material measures we had just spoken of. A proposal is attached that we put together that the city will be recommending for the commission to recommend that City Council approves, or we would like to send a policy to City Council for approval, and this is the proposal that staff had put together, which is essentially this is a more formalized document that reflects the recommendation that we just read. I'd already showed the partition of the proposed delineation line of a fence. Here's a summary of the fiscal impact. These are all based on estimates that we received. We did contact companies for each of these. $2,000 for 2 nets, roughly $9,000 for a fence, 2 auto locking mechanisms, $2,000. We already have the signs in place. We contacted our Public Works Superintendent, Rob Culver, was extremely helpful. He went and confirmed in person with us that they already have all the paint to paint over, to paint over the lines. So we already have all of that. And again, Public Works would be doing all of the labor for all of this. The total estimate that we have is $13,000, and this, to kind of address this issue, this was a more reasonable number that we thought we could start pushing forward. I don't know if this is going to work. We did go, when we went to Pacific Grove, they do have, it's unique. They actually have sound barrier fencing on one side of the court and not on the immediately adjacent side. And there's homes on both sides. Well, there's some offices on another, but there's and so we gathered, this might not work, but we can at least give it a go. Because we could, our justification in this is, we thought we could talk all day. Do they work? Do they not work? And we were like, why don't we just record it? And we all have somewhat of a point of reference. We all record videos on our phones, and we have somewhat of a common point of reference for what it might sound like. So hopefully we can get this to work. We'll see. Well, pickleball produces no sound. Let me try one more. Yeah, it didn't look like it's going to go. Well, that's unfortunate.
So, can I help share the what we found? So, as Tom said, the Pacific Grove Tennis Center has 5 tennis courts with 2 courts dedicated to pickleball, and actually one of those courts to the northwest side is enclosed by itself. It was a tournament location. They had bleachers there a long time ago, and they're going to resurface and put both the pickleball areas in that area. So they put the acoustic fence on the division in the middle and on the southeast side, because that is where the homes are closer. It was, you can still hear it, definitely. You still hear the popping. It did reduce the pitch. Like, it was like a duller sound. It was still there, definitely. And we also took a video behind vegetation showing that it does pretty much nothing. So hopefully we'll be able to get to share these. Just so we wanted to.
Let's keep going with your presentation.
We're
If that's all right,
almost
let's just keep going. Huh? Okay, so let's maybe put your summary slide back
Sure, yep.
that you had on the proposal.
Certainly.
And then I think for the, as we proceed, perhaps I might recommend that for the commission, that we keep our initial comments to like questions, questions to city staff about their proposal. Then we can move to public comment, and then we can bring it back to commission for discussion. Okay, so if anybody has any questions they'd like to ask city staff about the proposal.
I do. I have a bunch of questions for you.
Okay.
Can you bring up that? Thank you. Can you bring up that slide that showed the measurements that you took? Let's start there.
Yes, sir. Of the distances?
No, the actual
sounds.
Measurements.
The sounds, yeah.
Okay, so the first question I had in the column that says number of people playing, we've got on November 4th, 1 pickleball. How can one person play pickleball?
One court.
That's probably one court.
Is it, well, it says number of people playing though.
There's a person who brings a machine and they practice by themselves.
Okay. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we were there.
Okay, great. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got roughly 7 measurements, 7 data sets on this. Okay. My second question, it's more of a, I guess, a question for you. I've been doing some research. I kind of just dropped into this, so bear with me. I've been coming up to speed over the last month, trying to load myself up with information. I've actually been down to the Pacific Grove pickleball courts. I've been walking over to the Forest Hill courts from time to time. On Tuesday, I actually sat there for about half an hour, 45 minutes, just to listen, to get an understanding what it's like. One of the things that's obvious to me, you can Google pickleball sound noise levels, and it comes back with pickleball noise is at about 70 decibels. And so the measurements you guys did, and I appreciate the measurements, by the way. Thank you for pulling us together. I was kind of curious if you can provide commentary on the disparity of the measurements that you're seeing versus what seems to be common wisdom of pickleball noise at about 70 decibels.
Yeah, so almost every study that we had cited, and we directly referenced the names of the studies so that everyone can go and check them out if they would like. All of those studies that were conducted were either in a controlled environment, which means indoors and recorded at the level, the same level, elevation level as the court. All of them were recorded at the same level. It sounds like they were recorded about 100 feet away, the recordings that you're referencing, at 70 decibels, or what distance were they from?
This isn't specific, to be perfectly honest. But there's kind of common wisdom, I guess I'm saying here. I've done a lot of reading, blogs, websites, acoustic sound reports attached to, Pasadena doing pickleball, various other locations. I found a website, this fellow back east, they have a acoustic sound, I think it's called pickleball sound mitigation. This guy is a USA pickleball referee, sanctioned referee. They do pickleball mitigation, so they've done sound. So I guess my question is, conventional sound, conventional wisdom that I've read about seems to peg it at about 70 decibels. And so I'm just kind of asking the question, and I'm not a sound engineer.
Sure.
I'm asking the question. There seems to be a disparity here. I'm just kind of curious if you have an opinion on that.
Yeah, my opinion is that the closer you measure to the pickleball, the louder it is going to be decibel-wise. If you measure it right up against it, usapickleball.com, which is the official governing body, it's like saying the NBA for basketball. USA Pickleball is the official governing body. On their website, this is not my information, they say that pickleball measures at 80 decibels. I darn well think that that's measured very close to the pickleball because, as you said, almost everything you find online shows much less than that. That means that people are measuring, and the studies often indicate the distance from the court that they measured. So 80 right up front is reduced to, 70, 100 feet away, and then 60, 150, or 200 feet away. So that's what we think accounts for the likely disparity. Unless would you have anything else to add?
No, I think that sounds about right. I mean, when, they're saying pickleball makes a noise, I imagine that's at the location of the paddles hitting the ball.
I can say on my Apple Watch when I've been down there, if I'm on the court and someone's playing, it's like 10 decibels higher than if I'm up on the street by house, right? Like it just depends. So the closer you are to the sound, the more.
Right.
It's also important to.
It depends also on how many, but the better the player, the noisier it is because they can hit it harder. When I went by one day, it was pretty quiet until this young twosome playing against each other that was a whole different thing. It would have been, sounded different.
Yeah, and kind of just to put all of this sound decibel discussion in context, this is what we're looking on the screen, like what we're comparing these numbers to. This is not law. The general plan, the noise element of the general plan is a guiding document for the city, but it's not the law. The law is the municipal code. That's the local law. So I just wanted to mention that it's important to discuss these, to discuss this, but I just wanted to, I'd actually forgotten to mention that during that.
I have a question.
Well,
Tom,
I have one final question, and I can
Okay.
pass it if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. I'm curious. I noticed in the recommendation there's no acoustic barrier recommended. And I'm just kind of curious, was there an impact of the third-party vendor not calling back influencing that decision not to go with an acoustic barrier?
That definitely influenced us not to spend our precious time further much, and I think I forwarded several emails to commissioners and residents who requested. I think there's 2 or 3 times I had emailed, more than one call, leaving with their secretary, leaving with them, not hearing back. So, you tend to spend less time down that, and that coupled with a quote that was received for $59,000 felt like a hefty price tag if we were not sure it would alleviate the annoyance factor. Although it can reduce the pitch, and there's sound data that proves that, it doesn't reduce, you can still hear it. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying whether that's, take that as it is, you can still hear the noise. It's just perhaps not at the same pitch. So those things together, we had thought that there were more easily implementable measures that we could do, more fiscally responsible at the time measures that we could do. With that said, right now is budget time that we're preparing for next fiscal year. If anyone wishes to put a budget line request item for $60,000, now's the time. So the city is not recommending that because we think that we're in a grave situation with the wider conversation about the grave situation of we should be spending money on our facilities, which are all deteriorating in 100 years, and the forests, which we're desperately trying to put together task orders to reduce and replant and water and we just couldn't make the justification ultimately.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Also, the lack of local implementation. Pacific Grove just put theirs in early this month, and we were almost done with the report, and we didn't have the tangible, physical interaction with it yet, and we're just getting that now.
And full disclosure.
But to be fair, in the research portion, right? I think certainly in Yountville, they would say that the acoustic fences made a difference in that community.
That's also in contacting Monterey, who is a very similar situation with elevated homes, as opposed to same level on a flat ground like Yountville. They decided not to do it for the same reasons of the elevation and a possible sound funneling, and that is why we tried our best to get a hold of somebody, but Shannon was pretty firm that they didn't want to go through the cost to enclose, and the safety for the Monterey PD, I believe, didn't want to not be able to see in there, but it was the possibility of sound funneling and the houses located above the elevation of the court.
So my question was exactly Neil's, just what factor did that play? Did the sound mitigation wasn't in the recommendation, so I was just curious.
Sure.
What the considerations
what
were.
I was going to say when I had said, just for full disclosure, we actually had opposing views regarding the effectiveness of the fence, which is good, right? Because that acknowledges that this is a subjective matter. Even though you can measure it, the extent to which you perceive it to be annoying, the extent to which you perceive the pitch, those are subjective. And Justin and I had, one of us thought that you could hear that the fencing certainly did produce a dampening effect of the pitch, lowered the pitch, and one of us had thought that it did not, and that it was still just as much of a problem. So I was hoping that that would be illustrated in the videos, but it just goes to show that, even our staff, right, we bounce things off, and even we weren't.
And coming from also two people that do not live across the street from it, so.
Yes. Thank you for that context.
Okay, I would say you considered, let me ask the question differently. If budget were not an issue, I know that's magical thinking, but if budget were not an issue, would you have included some kind of sound mitigation in the proposal?
I can't think of a single reason why we would not have.
Okay. That's
just that the police.
Yes, that's a good reason.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just going to say that the police had indicated that not having vision through the fencing is a concern for them, or potentially.
Yeah, and Chief Tomasi had asked us, "Hey, is there a local? Can we go and see one in person?" That was really what he said. He said, "I have some thoughts on the visibility. Can we go and see one?" There wasn't one nearby at the time. It just so happens that 5 or 6 weeks ago, Pacific Grove just installed one, and the policy actually, this wall does not need to be included. Excuse me. Let me be more clear. The sound reducing barrier fencing that we're discussing doesn't even need to be part of the policy. That can be a discussion where we make a financial decision. Let's say that we had the money, unlimited money. We would, I think, as long as Chief Tomasi and we went and checked it out, and if he was okay, him and his staff were okay with it, great, we can purchase that. What I'm trying to say is that the purchase of sound reducing fencing is not predicated on passing and passing a policy.
Right. No, I understand that. It's a start.
Public.
It's potential for the future.
Yeah, exactly. And you could even put it in the middle, like PG did. The one thing that it is very heavy that was expressed to us by the Public Works Director in Pacific Grove, and their fence is shorter than ours. I would assume at some point it would, in another hurricane force wind, could take the whole fence down.
Even if it was the one inside the court?
No, not that one, but I'm saying if we put it on the outside,
yeah.
Because he said the whole fence was moving in just the storms we had last week.
Any other question? Go ahead, Sarah.
The tennis part, is that closed except for 3 days also, or what?
Thank you for addressing that. That was something I did not read on the screen. We're proposing that tennis is open 7 days a week within the same time frames, with 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. 7 days a week. Pickleball, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. 3 days a week. And that side would be, presumably, right, if this were to become a policy, if the automatic locks were to be something that were purchased, the entrance that has for tennis would be open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and the others would be only activated or locked 3 days a week, or open 3 days a week.
I have a question, Tom. First, I want to thank you and the staff for putting together this very well thought out and detailed proposal to us. I was very impressed with it. A question that I had, and again, kind of going back, we don't need this for sake of if this were to pass, but was there any thought, or do you think there's any value in putting some sort of an acoustic fence between the two courts? One to sort of, because I'm sure it's distracting to some extent if there's two pickleball courts going on one and one tennis court on the other, and perhaps if there's one in the center which is to the west of the pickleball court, it could perhaps give some additional sound barrier to the rest of the neighborhood, and you could still see in to all sides. So as far as enforcement and just any police department questions or concerns, it wouldn't affect that. Is that something that could potentially, and I don't know what the cost would be just for that
just
one.
The middle?
For the new fence you're going to put in.
Yeah, possible. The only thing I just thought about is they did mention a pretty significant echo effect inside the fence. Like even the pickleball players were like, wow, it's really loud. So it could amplify tennis noise towards the neighborhood.
Well, there's a difference between reflective and absorptive.
Right.
The acoustic fence is a mouth-loaded vinyl kind of material, which is reflective, and that's why at Pacific Grove they're noticing more of an echo. And so one thing we need to look at is more of an absorptive, so that you don't get the extra echo. Because over at Forest Hill, right now, it's kind of in a mountain area, and you definitely get the echo.
Yeah.
I would just echo Tamara's comments on the thought that went into this and the effort, all of the effort that you have invested in pickleball. It got handed to the commission suddenly, if you recall, and I think I know how much time it's taken from everybody on the staff to try and do the best you can for the past many months. So thank you very much for that.
And thank you all. There have even been a number of you who have contacted me recently requesting to be able to speak, and I had to apologize to Commissioner Rutta today. I'm sorry, we couldn't even quite get to, we were able to get back to pretty much all the residents, I think, but I apologize. Anyway, thank you for your investment in this, and sorry that I wasn't able to get back to you, but thank you for your involvement in studies and all these things. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question? Can we come back to you once we've heard from the public? If we have any additional questions, then we can go ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you please read the study back up in your
Okay, so I think now we're going to move to public comment. It's 5:30, so we'll have a half hour of public comment before our break. Again, if you feel like you would like to use all your 3 minutes, please be an early speaker, so that for people who just want to agree with an early speaker, you can be later in the queue. Does that make sense? And we are going to limit everybody to 3 minutes, so we don't mean to be disrespectful, but we need people to observe the public comment. So on that, we welcome public comments. We'll take them all first from the chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Mine's only 60 seconds, I
Okay,
promise.
and if you could, if you're willing to share your name, and if you're a local resident, that would be nice.
My name is Esther Holden. I've been a resident in Carmel for over 30 years. I also do volunteer work for the Chamber at the Visitors Center, where visitors come from all over the world and remind me how lucky I am to live here. About 13 years ago, I guess it was 14 years ago if it was 2011, my husband Jerry and I were introduced to the sport with the crazy name of pickleball. We started playing over at Forest Hill with the tennis nets. We taped off the courts for pickleball, but the courts were in horrible shape. So my husband took it upon himself to come before the city council and ask if there was any chance that we could get the courts refurbished. We really didn't think there'd be a chance. And everybody agreed, yeah, let's refurbish. We were so excited. So we went and kept playing over the tennis nets, and eventually Monterey Bay Pickleball Club was formed. We elected officers, we held meetings, we painted lines, we purchased the nets, and the people that kept showing up, we always had an extra paddle for anybody that wanted to show up to learn the game. Remember, this was 14 years ago. When I told people what I was playing, they said, you're doing what? You're playing what? So it took this long for it to become, we knew it was going to be a fast-growing sport. We didn't know it was going to be this popular. We still continue to clean the courts. We always put away the nets for the few tennis players, very few tennis players that show up. But we are willing to compromise. We honestly understand the frustration of the neighbors. But please don't let a few disgruntled neighbors who purchased their homes after pickleball began at Forest Hill take away our joy from staying active and social in our neighborhood park. They might find it easier to join us rather than keep fighting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next.
Hi, my name is Barbara Lang, and I've talked with you guys before. I'm going to read, I think I sent it to you guys, but I'm going to read it. I don't know if you read it yet. But I've attended all the meetings involving pickleball in both Pacific Grove and Monterey for years. Believe me, a lot. And when Carmel started, I was really excited because I had met with Kelly and I thought it was going to be a really good process, that it was going to be based on data and fair. And I feel the opposite has happened. The sound study that was conducted was not professional. 7 data points with 1 person or 7 people, and the values, 50 to 70 for a neighborhood park. That is 50 to 70. We fall in that. So even 60 or 61 is within the 50 to 70. So I don't think it was an accurate study anyway, and I think he mentioned that quite a lot, that it's not professional. It would not hold up in a court of law if we went to legal with that. I feel the staff had interpreted the limited data to support whatever the neighbors want. The committee asked for info on the sound fencing, and Tom only tried calling 1 vendor, just 1 vendor, and I tried him too. He was hard to get, but they never called anybody else, nobody else. So that's not very much of a lot of time if you only try 1 vendor. So, and I understand he doesn't, he has other things to do. The committee stated they wanted to follow what other towns have done, but instead they're making the play at these public courts the most restricted on the peninsula. Via Paraiso, which is the Monterey one, went to 2 permanent courts to play 7 days a week, no time limits. So they don't have any fencing between the tennis and the pickleball courts. You can play any time you want, except in the dark, of course. So I feel that if you want to go to 2 courts, which I think is fine, then don't limit our days and times. Try a 3-month trial and let us play in the morning, start at 9. We wouldn't start earlier than that, and probably go till 7, now with the daylight. That's what Via Paraiso does. That's what you guys have said. You went Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday because you wanted to follow PG. Well, now I think you should follow Via because that's what they did. They have 2 courts. And I can tell you there aren't many people playing tennis there either. So after you do the 3-month, then revisit it, and because limiting it to 2 courts is going to cut down your parking and your sound, because you only have 2 courts going. So you've already managed that. Why do you have to cut down the time and the days? And 10 to 4 is ridiculous. With the longer days, make it 9 to 7. That's what PG does now in the summer. They go 9 to 7. They do not do 10 to 4. So, because I just found out. So if you want to follow what other people are doing, don't make us the most restricted of everything with what data, And also, if you start this, don't change it after 3 weeks, because some people complained. That's what happened in December during the holiday. People complained, and you changed it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Vandenberg. I just wanted to answer the question about no hitting balls against the wall. It's because it's Carmel stone, and the balls chip the stone off. So they didn't want to ruin that wall. And by the way, that's a pretty echoey wall. But we want to keep the park beautiful. People love it because it's in the forest and we can see the trees. I don't know if the acoustic fence would block the view of the neighbors. Would they want that? I don't know. But I did call Acoustic Block, the vendor, and I spoke to Charles, and he said he spoke to 1 person in the city 1 time in November and have not heard from anyone since. And so they are from NASA. The guy takes the technology from NASA for acoustic control. And they have a material that is supposedly absorbent and reflective. They have a couple different types of panels. So the cost is going to depend on the type of panel selected and how many. And he said they work with a lot of courts, a lot of municipalities that have just an L. Yeah. It's not the whole. Yeah. And so that might work better. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so the noise is not beyond the coded threshold. Talk to Charles. They'll do models for us. They have a software program where we can input sound levels, and they can input the types of panels, the footage, that sort of thing, and give us an image of what it would look like. Okay, so before it's like a test, excuse me. And let's see. So I think that's worth doing. Talk to Charles again. And so the things have changed since January. Okay, the confusion with all the non-compliance kind of has to do with that. When we first agreed on this trial period, we said it was going to start in January. Well, it started in December, and so there's a lot of people that didn't know about it, and then they had those little funky little Microsoft Word signs that people were going, what is this? It must be a party or something. We're not paying attention to it. And so that was holidays. Things have changed now. You'll know if you keep monitoring that there's a lot less crowd and a lot less noise. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. My name is Krista Ingalls. I was raised here in Carmel and lived less than 2/10 of a mile from the courts. My late husband was also raised here. I live in the home he grew up in, passed down to the next generation. He attended the then Carmel Woods Public School, and as a youth took advantage of all Forest Hill Park had to offer. At that time, tennis was one of those things. But today it would be pickleball. Times change, sports change, our parks need to have the ability and be allowed to change and to adjust to current needs. I believe we are a community that prides itself on being healthy and active, and access to free pickleball is part of that. Not everyone has the option to join a private club. One of my biggest concerns is that you've already made temporary changes to pickleball availability and are contemplating making permanent changes, yet an official sound study hasn't been done by a sound engineer. This seems to be very important information to have. And how many hours a day are the courts actually being used? Because contrary to what some would tell you, they are often empty, more now than ever. Your changes have already made less pickleball, and not just because the days not allowed. There's less pickleball on the designated days as well. And I don't think this is something to be proud of. The conversation in regards to making fewer courts and fewer options to play seems counterintuitive to what a park and a community should be doing. It seems like the opposite should be happening. We should be trying to accommodate the needs of our community, not make it so difficult to use the courts that fewer people are able to take advantage. What other people have spoken of, I don't think we've done a serious effort on getting a quote for acoustic fencing around the courts, which might only be needed on two sides, where the houses are the closest, a solution that could potentially solve the entire problem. So I would like to really see both of these things done before any final decisions are made. I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Could you all please try to talk into the microphone when you're speaking?
I'll lower it. How's that?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Like to stay in one place, however.
Is that better?
That's good.
Okay. My name is Jane Veneman. I'm a resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. I've lived here since 2012, and I am here to support pickleball. First of all, I want to thank you all. I've been on statewide commissions. It's not an easy job, and I realize you are all volunteers. I'm sorry I haven't been here earlier. I also volunteer on Thursdays at the Visitor Center, so that's why I'm not usually here. It's extremely important to me physically and mentally. Pickleball has saved my life, I feel like, in the last 5 years. And we've been playing, my husband and I, who's also here, have been playing at the court since 2015. We've already talked about many of these residents moved here after that time. My point in speaking today is to ask the Commission not to approve the pickleball policy recommendation, and that is for the following reasons. First of all, and I'm not going to go into this in detail because we've already talked about it, the Commission recommended researching acoustic fencing, and that has not been done. Staff apparently called one company. We know all that background, so I'm not going to go through that. There are at least a dozen acoustical fencing companies. If you Google it, and I'm sure many of you have, I'm sure Neil has. So there are other possibilities besides the one. We have 31 residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea with a budget of over $40 million. That's amazing. That's very, more than any probably city of our size. I just hope that we can find some way to do our due diligence on acoustic fencing before we decide to put a permanent partition. As I'll tell you, if you approve this today and that permanent fence is put in, nothing will ever been done because all of that money will have already been invested in that. We've talked about the violations, and we know that almost all of those violations were from December 20th to the 29th. I have gone back and I've done a lot of YouTubing on listening to your commission reports in the last few months. Tom admitted today that there's much more compliance than non-compliance. I had a chance to talk with Kelly this week and a couple of other members of our community on both sides. It was great at the pickleball court. And she said she's driven by and never seen a violation. I live on the street that I live on Santa Fe. I walk by there or drive by there several times a week and have never seen a violation. And I am willing to work collaboratively, and we talked about that, with others that are interested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I live within earshot of the course. I had prepared something, but I'm going to speed through it and then get to this. As far as we are concerned, we, the residents, are asking Carmel to be consistent with its policy about keeping Carmel quiet as part of its village aspect. We also are asking that it keeps, that it obeys its own laws. The pickleball players are asking, please give us a waiver so we can come and make noise. A majority of the people who come at Forest Hill Parks do not live in Carmel-by-the-Sea, including some of the people who are talking tonight. So that's something to know. We are a small community, and we're surrounded by much larger ones. We also have the most attractive court. So most of the people who come, we believe, come from outside places. How did we get there? In 2021 was a decision made to put the 4 courts. The topic of noise and even the topic of potentially needing a fence was brought up, but then it was ignored. And so we're still dealing with this now. There is a noise issue. We would ask that that noise issue be addressed before we continue. We appreciate that the staff acknowledges that there is an issue, and we appreciate the steps that they are proposing. As people have said here, we, in addition, or at least I believe most of my residents agree with me, would like to see the fencing as an option. Now, I would like to address this. The problem I have with this is, as Commissioner Rudd has stated, it's a very complex issue. I actually sent to the entire commission the study that was done by Pacific Grove. They point out that in order to do the measurement properly for pickleball, which is very specific, it's called an impulsive noise, you have to have the noise meter set to impulsive. Some meters only have fast and slow. In addition to that, because it is so specific, the ANSI organization, which stands for American National Standard Institute, suggests that sounds of that kind should be given a 5 decibel penalty. So I agree for once with the pickleball player that the study wasn't done right, but I think if done right, it would go the other way. But the bottom line is, it's critical that we agree that there is a noise issue. And you could go by the letter of the law or by the spirit of the law. The spirit is easier for normal people. And agree with that, and then put a plan in place to address this. 9 seconds. Okay, in terms of the next thing, I would ask that pickleball be suspended until we have everything in place. Until now, we have asked for 4 years for addressing the issue. The issue wasn't addressed, and people could play as much as they wanted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Kratchmer. I am not anti-pickleball. I am just anti-pickleball across the street from my house. I can sit anywhere inside my house with the windows and the doors all closed, reading a book, and hear pickleball perfectly. That's not right. And just try to imagine sitting outside of my back patio. Pickleball is a great game, but it's not a game that should be played in a residential neighborhood. And I've heard the argument before about, you chose to live near a park, you should expect noise. And that's fair. I totally agree with that. I've never once had a problem in 8 years with the tennis noise. Kids playing in the park, any traditional park activities. But pickleball is not a traditional park activity. It's a different beast. There's a reason why neighborhoods across the country are revolting on this issue. It's loud. It's not like a typical park activity. No one in their right mind would want to live across the street from a pickleball court. Not any of the commissioners, not any of the pickleball players. It's miserable. It's pop, 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 scream! Hour after hour after hour, you're listening to that. It just gets really, really annoying. There have been a lot of scientific studies that have been done on pickleball noise that were referenced by our new commissioner that clearly show you that the noise levels violates the Carmel noise regulations. Regarding the staff proposal saying 6 hours is not prolonged or harsh, that'd be like saying you could have somebody over at Forest Hill Park with a gas leaf blower or a bass drum and pound them for 6 straight hours. That's crazy. It's just insane. 6 hours of that noise continuously is long. So pickleball play violates the spirit of the general and coastal land use plan. Carmel promotes it as one of the most special, tranquil, and peaceful communities in the country. Allowing pickleball play clearly violates this. There's many studies that show living next to a pickleball court decreases the value of your property by 10 to 25%, and that's just not fair. We're aware of at least 50 other communities in the country that have banned pickleball play in residential neighborhoods. You are not required to find a balance. You are not required to provide a place to play pickleball in Carmel. If you do, it shouldn't be in a residential neighborhood. That's all we're asking. And I would love for the acoustic fencing to be the silver bullet. If that's the case, great. I've just remained skeptical because I've seen what's happened in other communities that have tried it, and because it's not one size fits all. The level of the neighborhood and the makeup of every neighborhood is different. So that's my concern with the fencing. If you can prove to me it works, great. I'd sign up for that in a heartbeat, but I'm skeptical. So I really do appreciate all the restrictions that have been put in place since December by the staff and by the commissioners. I mean, you can ask any neighbor of the courts. I mean, life is a lot better now than it was prior to December, so we do appreciate that. But I think after 3+ years of listening to this noise, I think now is the time for Carmel to step up and ban pickleball permanently from the Forest Hill Parks and find another place, either in indoors or in a non-residential neighborhood to play pickleball. Thank you.
My name's Lauren Hughes, and I live in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Can you hear me okay? Thank you.
That's good.
So the unfortunate thing is this is another example of a very vocal minority, a handful of people. The gentlemen who are speaking are the same gentlemen who come up every single time and talk about this particular issue. A handful minority of people in city making a change on our public resources. Why does that happen? It's like you buy a house next to the airport and then you complain that the airplanes are flying further. You buy a house next to a public resource in a park and you complain that the public resource is being used. There's a larger, now becoming less silent majority of people who play there and do that process. I want to keep that in mind. I'm going to emphasize the things about it should be this, it should be that. But I'd like to, as a volunteer, I'd like to see if I can connect with the city and help you make some phone calls to acoustic fence suppliers. Use your guideline, be free labor for you. I have the time to do that. I'm retired. I can help you with that particular process. We can do that. We should do that. We should not move forward quickly on this process. If I was a tennis player, this now says tennis can no longer play here except for 10 to 4. Where did 10 to 4 come from? Why not 9 to 5 where we first started? Anyway, I think it's just a little bit too premature to try to accept this proposal as it is right now when we haven't done the things we need to regarding acoustic activities. So how can I connect with you and offer my help for you to be able to do that? That's a question.
In public comment, I'm sorry, there's not a dialogue with the commission or
very
city staff. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, for that clarity. Thank you. Well.
Good afternoon. Graham Norton. I'm a resident of Carmel. The one thing that didn't come out about the 90-day regulations, it said 17 police calls. Trust me, we didn't give the police a call every time. I was embarrassed to ring them up because they have far more important things to do than looking after pickleball courts. There has been over 100 violations since 22nd of December, 21st of December, whenever it was, the regulations were first put in. That's a lot of violations. And I know for a fact that they are not all tourists. A lot of people come from various outlying cities to play here. They have no regard at all for your regulations. I think what we need to bear in mind is that the decibel counts here are of an individual hit. What we get is like a dripping water tap, like a dripping torture. It's all the time. That is not the same as just 1 decibel hit. It's the regularity of the hits and the shouts in between that we have to put up with. And I believe that with the knowledge that there have been over 100 violations of your regulations, the 90-day trial, it will not change at all. They are a world in their own. They do not think of the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take one more public comment prior to a break.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
I'm Martin Kamsey. We bought our home one house away from the corner of Vista and Junipero in 1999, so we've been there for a long time. We've experienced the court both before and after pickleball. It is worse. It's frustrating that there has been a compromise, there have been new rules, and a lot of people not following the new rules. Many of them are maybe not residents of Carmel, we don't know. I haven't heard anybody come up and say, I love pickleball so much I'd like to have this right across the street from my house. We are a vocal minority because there are a finite number of homes. We live there. Other people come from somewhere else. Our experience is all the time, not just when they come to use it. They can outnumber us, and so that really isn't a valid point. Enforcement, I think, is an issue if people aren't playing by the rules. My most important question really is, though, that this seems to have evolved over time, starting in 2011, from a tennis court to a pickleball court. It is a delicate balance that you are all trying to strike here, but I don't think it's the right place for it. If the city was deciding to establish a pickleball court, they would be looking for a place with more parking, more distance from homes, not surrounded by homes and trees, not such a small space. There are probably other solutions in town. Even the lower part of Forest Hill Park has more space, further distance from the residents that live around there. And I would just ask that we would look for a better long-term solution. I don't think anybody here in our vocal small group is against a compromise or a long-term solution, but I don't think this is the right place for the long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Yeah, we can take one more and then we'll stop.
My name is Richard Batum. We purchased a home on southwest or southeast corner of First and Dnipro in the early 80s, long before pickleball showed up. Fortunately, our home has double pane soundproof glass. But we can't hear it. We're a block away and we can't hear the noise. But I can tell you the parking can be considerably bad. They'll park everywhere. I met a man out there that just got through parking the place that I filled so that I could park our van that wouldn't go in the garage. He informed me that he could park there anytime, full time. If I couldn't get out of the garage, it was my problem. So I'm more concerned with the parking because we can't hear the noise. But the parking is miserable. It's plenty of parking for tennis courts originally, but not for all the pickleball players. They'll park everything, and the streets are narrow. You guys know about the streets. Most of them are narrow, and that one is real narrow. And when they park it out everywhere, it is a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry, no. You had your opportunity. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so it's 6 o'clock. The city had directed us to take a break at 6. It can be up to a half hour. If it's just a shorter break, is that okay for people? Or 15 minutes, is that a reasonable break? Okay, so we'll take a break for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at just after 6:16, I guess. Commissioners, the city, just FYI, in the city staff office, there actually are some granola bars and snacks if anybody needs a snack. So we have water, there's some snacks, and there's restrooms, and we'll be back. We'll reconvene here at 6:15. Thank you so much. I think we have everybody. Okay, were there any other members in the chamber that wish to speak that did not get a chance to already speak? Please come forward.
I'm Christopher Day, and we live on Vista. And I think a point I wanted to make is we're on Vista, but we're the third house back from Junipero. We hear the noise there also. People are talking about it, the noise, as if it's just the people facing the street. We're 3 houses away, and we hear it when we're out on our patio. We hear that sharp pop, pop. It's a sharp noise, and it's much faster than tennis. So with tennis is softer and slower, but it's not just the people there. And we've been in the house 11 years, and it's gotten more and more use out of it, and it's increased. So the thing is, why did you move there? Because it wasn't a big issue in the past. It was just occasionally, and now it's much more. So I think that's got to be a consideration too. That's why we're trying to just come to some agreement now, because it's just getting unbearable. So that was it.
Thank you. On Zoom, do we have any hands up?
Rita, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, okay. Hi. My name is Rita Patel. I attended your December meeting and shared my thoughts regarding pickleball and making it more accessible for more days from the perspective of my 4 children. Since the meeting and the installation of the new pickleball guidelines, I've only had the opportunity to play a few times due to my work schedule. We own and operate All Care Pharmacy in Old Town Salinas, which is open Monday through Saturday from 9 to 6. So the limited number of days and hours have made it very difficult for me to play. I am again requesting the Commission consider the opposite days as PG, such as Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, just to give more opportunities for people like me to play and extend the hours from sunrise to sunset. If you do not wish to consider switching to the opposite days, would you please be able to provide a solid reason of why not? I'm hoping it's simply not choosing the opposite days because we don't want people from PG to come to our town. And the days that I've been to Forest Hill to play, I've barely seen anyone from PG. And then second, why are you penalizing and limiting public play opportunities for your own citizens in Carmel? And then lastly, there has been a focus in the world for equity. Here is a perfect example for Carmel to make it more equitable for all people. By choosing to limit the days and times to play, you are actually going against this movement and making it more difficult for the average person to play pickleball for free at a public court. The citizens who can afford it are members at Carmel Valley Ranch, Pebble Beach Tennis Club, and can play anytime, and have not been as affected by these restrictions and limitations by the average person. So here are my recommendations. I urge you again to have open play for all citizens, especially for people who cannot afford to join expensive clubs. I urge you to switch the days to the opposite days as PG, although I would love to have it 7 days a week. Lastly, I would like you to extend the hours of play to sunrise to sunset. I work until 5 p.m. and cannot get to the course to play by 10. I usually only play for about 30 minutes or 60 minutes if I can, but the hours from 10 to 4 has completely locked me out of being able to play. And those are my comments, but while listening to other people's comments, I wanted to share from my kids. Carmel is a really sweet and pretty place to live, but as a family with children, sometimes it can be difficult to find activities for them to do and to enjoy. And so I really would like you to just really consider that parks, I know the violations are going up, but it makes me sad to hear that people are just trying to be outside and play pickleball and play tennis and be in a park. And so to have like violations over playing, it just makes me sad that this is what it's come down to.
Thank you,
where
Rita.
Kids and adults are just trying to have fun.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Anthony, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Anthony speaking. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Anthony. I live directly across from the tennis courts, and I've got three kiddos who are 4, 6, and 7 years old. I'd like to just quickly, in the interest of time, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It sounds like somebody's speaking there. Can you hear me?
She's off. Go ahead. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, so yeah, somebody else is speaking over me. I'll begin again. my name is Anthony. I live directly across from the tennis courts, my wife and 3 children. I'd like to, in the interest of time, agree with my neighbors who spoke about a lot of the problems we've had with pickleball play. We've been in that house since just before the pandemic started. So we saw the rise of pickleball from basically nothing at all is very rare to, with the pandemic ensuing, to becoming overwhelming now. A lot of my concerns are actually kind of like safety related. People drive too fast and park unsafely. I have pictures of people parking directly in the crosswalk. Many of the people who come to play are not even from Carmel, which is just fine. But the issue is that they're not used to driving in little tiny neighborhoods. There's not actually a stop sign right where the crosswalk is, which is another safety concern. So people just go blowing right through when there's kids right by, including my own. So great that people want to come enjoy our town. That's awesome, but they don't drive like a local would. They don't respect the area like locals would, and it's a safety concern. I'll additionally remind you that there is an elementary school very close by, and a lot of the neighborhood kids walk to and from school along that path and use that crosswalk. And there's also a lot of other young families whose kids don't attend the school. So again, it's a safety issue. Additionally, and sadly, people have not respected the current restrictions. This was worse before they started locking up the nets, but even after they started locking up the nets, people will simply just play over the tennis nets when the pickleball nets are locked up, which is very frustrating. And I've had some unpleasant conversations with people, sadly, trying to point out that fact. Additionally, there are less complaints, as reported earlier in this meeting. There's less complaints because we feel embarrassed to call. I've talked about this with my fellow neighbors. It feels bad to be like, hey, police department, who's doing really important public safety stuff, please come over here and deal with the noise issue at the tennis courts that have turned into pickleball courts. So we just kind of stopped calling, and I'll attempt to talk to people in person who are violating the restrictions, and it doesn't always go well, sadly. On a more positive note, the restrictions have indeed helped somewhat. We've seen the return of a lot of tennis players, and that's really wonderful.
Can you mute this?
And we can barely hear them, which is really wonderful. We chose to live next to tennis courts, not pickleball courts. Thank
Anthony,
you so
your
much for
time is up. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Members of the commission, my name is Cindy Lloyd. Tom Ford's presentation with Justin Ono's comments was thorough, respectful, objective. They are both to be congratulated for their diligence collecting data and providing information in order to produce a report upon which to make informed decisions. Listening to public comments that disparage the methods for data collection are insulting. The aesthetics of our forested park are important to maintain. Acoustic fencing would create a visual barrier, hiding the forest from view while not completely eliminating the sound. Maintaining and protecting Carmel's quiet atmosphere has been encroached upon by an athletic sport enjoyed by many, while nearby residents' lives are being impacted with each game played. Looking for a long-term solution might require searching outside the city limits, far removed from houses where noise and parking would not pose problems. Perhaps it's time to pull back completely, join with other peninsula cities to look for a truly long-term solution to the local problems a sport has created for residents. I am not blaming pickleball or players for enjoying this well-loved game. I am blaming the noise of a paddle hitting a ball. The noise is the culprit. Where the game is played is causing the problem. Finding a location removed from a residential area where pickleball can be played is the solution. What remains is where. MPC, CSUMB, Monterey PG, Carmel High Schools, middle schools. Pickleball players unite to see if a place exists where play can be enjoyed without affecting the lives of those living nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I think that concludes our public comment. Okay. So now we'll bring it back to the commission. Before we begin our discussion, does anybody have any questions for Tom before we begin our internal discussion? Any additional? Jerry?
Tom, how tall is that fence going to be that's going to separate the tennis, your proposed separation between the tennis part and the pickleball part of the courts now?
Good question. Undetermined.
You've done the sound business, I haven't, but in the old days, we always learned that if you could see the source of the sound, you're going to hear it. So if you're uphill, say 20 feet above the courts, and they're playing pickleball on the west tennis courts, if you put a barrier up halfway through that court, I'm sorry. If you put a fence up, and you had somewhat of an absorptive sound barrier, and it wouldn't have to be that tall because your angle of sight would be a lot less. So I'm just throwing out as a solution, possibly while we're up for discussion, putting a sound barrier on that one wall, and maybe one on the wall that's going to be across from Vista. So it'd be a 2 out of 4 corners.
Understood.
And height wouldn't have to be unduly high. Whereas if we were trying to put a sound wall around all the courts, it would have to be pretty darn tall on the west side of the tennis courts to have any impact on any sound going to those homes that are high up and towards the north.
Right.
So am I reading this right? Or?
So a couple things. You are correct. Going back to the beginning, you're correct. The line of sight is the line of sound. Yeah. So you're correct in that matter. Therefore, I mean, none of us are against. I'm not against at all the idea of the sound barrier whatsoever. We've said, I think, in 4 straight meetings now the reasons why. I don't need to repeat them again. And but perhaps we have not been presented substantial information regarding the multiple quotes that we do have. There's a reason. I think I just mentioned it in person in January and not in the report. But we have 2 quotes, and we've looked up 4 companies. The 2 quotes we have is for Acoustablock, just to provide reference in case you would like. One of the quotes is Acoustablock. The quote that we have that Charles sent me prior to him not responding to my following email was it equaled $59,000, which would encompass 2 side, the west side and the north side, and half of the other 2 sides, so 75% enclosure. For $59,000, and then a resident had sent us, and I actually really appreciate that the residents are like really excited about the fences. That's good. I want to harness that for the gentlemen and the folks who had said, "How can we help you out?" My email address is on it's tford@cbts.us. CBTS, the acronym for Carmel-by-the-Sea. tford@cbts.us. Send me another quote from another. Like, if you would like to help out, I will graciously accept that. We do need help. It's very kind that someone, whoever skydiver, and then I won't say the rest of your numbers and your email address. I don't know who it was from the public. They were so kind, and they sent us a quote. So that was our second quote.
What was the second quote?
It was from West General Acoustics, and the quote was for $38,000. But that was for a 54-foot by 78-foot court. We have a 124-foot by the other dimension is escaping me, but it's about 80 to 90 feet. So it would be about 50. It would be another $50,000 to $60,000 if we were to enclose then the whole thing. So,
Tom, is that with installation?
No, we would be installing them.
And that was the other thing, that PG bought it and installed it, and their length, they did the in-between fence is pretty long, but then the side fence wasn't very long, and I think they said it was around 27 for the amount of fencing they did.
So I think I just wanted, we have incomplete analysis on the sound barrier, sound mitigation, even though you have a couple of quotes. And I'd like to go back to something that I think is really important for all of us, which is the context and the city, right? If you look at what are the urgent, important things that the city must be working on, right? We have over 1,200 trees where we have deferred capital maintenance. We have a police station, right, that is in gross need of repair, even needs patching up even for people to do their jobs, right? As a city, we're overwhelmed with projects. And so the fact that you haven't been able to properly, or I shouldn't say to thoroughly research and uncover every stone as it relates to sound mitigation as a possible solution at the courts, I think I've come to appreciate as an unrealistic expectation of city staff, just based on all the other urgent, important priorities that the city has. So I'm not saying it's not important or that shouldn't be investigated, but there are a couple of areas that we're in a place of sort of imperfection, right? We're going to have to make decisions based on not having complete, perfect data. And I think that you've worked really, really hard to come up with a proposal that you think addresses that involves regulation as opposed to elimination, and that provides a space for pickleball to be played at a reduced level versus what the interim order was, right? And so I would say I feel willing to support your proposal, and I would suggest to the pickleball community, where we've had volunteer efforts in many other places, to consider investing or partnering with the city on the proper kinds of sound studies and the exploration of these materials as a way to expand pickleball at that site, as opposed to preventing any action from occurring presently that would continue to allow, even though it's limited play on 3 days a week. So I just feel like there are, sometimes it takes collaboration and it takes outside efforts to be able to help make things happen that we would like to have happen, that you just simply don't have the time and resources to put the appropriate time against, right? And so I think that it isn't that you've been negligent or you're not interested or you're not responsive. It's just in all the things that have to be done. I think what became clear to me was that, like, investing in a proper sound study that was city funded, right? And the research that would be required to really completely explore the sound mitigation aren't really things that can be at the top of your to-do list right now, right? So anyhow, I appreciate the working with, not all the data that we wish we had in the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Please go ahead.
No, I don't. I just need to turn it off, sorry.
Were you saying that you basically are for the suggestion that's in our papers here, and well, continue to get the more information? Is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, I think I feel like I'm willing to support with some possible revisions, right, which I'm sure everybody's going to want to discuss, but I would say I'm generally for the proposal that the city has made, and that if there are desires to increase the amount of play, right, or increase the hours, that there are resources that could be applied within the pickleball community to potentially explore that.
Or even to find out more about soundproofing and so on,
Correct.
even if it's this particular.
And there was a gentleman, I think, who offered,
He
that
was,
offered
he's still-
to potentially help with that.
And the
Right.
two other companies that we had heard were Pickle Glass and Sound Seal Vivid and Sound Seal Sound Curtains. The whole intention of trying to contact them was to get someone to come here. So that would be a specific ask that I could make of the residents that would be very helpful. We want to meet with, we want someone to come here. We would still love that. And I also think I need to roll back my comment. I didn't quite, my tone was a little bit disparaging towards a representative of Acoustablock, and they had sent good information. But we do have that information, and it would be great to get someone in person, perhaps from them or any of the other 2 or 3 companies here.
Can I provide a different perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
As I've listened and as I've been thinking about this, my initial approach as I've been gathering this information is, okay.
Neil, can you please speak in your microphone? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. My approach has been, okay, we want to support pickleball, and I support pickleball. We want to look to repurpose a tennis court, and it's in the middle of a residential community. Okay, fine. Maybe that's my starting point. Can we get the sound levels of pickleball down close to or equal to what the current levels for tennis would be, for example? Whether we can get there or not is to be determined. And we should be able to negotiate once we get some good and accurate data that shows what the noise levels are. So where I'm going is, my first step would be, can we get some good solid data that describes the noise level at the courts, okay? I don't feel like we have that, okay? If people disagree, okay, that's okay.
We don't.
And
I don't think anybody would say that we have,
Right.
but the sound study was how much?
Well,
More
let me-
than your proposal, I think.
Well, let me continue here, because I got
Yep.
some thoughts. If the city council has instructed us to get to the point of find a balance, okay, maybe the executive summary is, okay, city council, if we want to get to the right balance, we're going to have to get some good data by somebody that can collect the data correctly, that has the knowledge, and then can then suggest to us based on this particular site, based on the noise levels, based on my knowledge of the absorptive sound barriers available, this is what you can expect. And it's going to cost X amount of money, okay? Maybe it is expensive. My counterpoint to that is, think about all the money we've spent, okay? Look how many people are here. I know there's been multiple meetings. Put a dollar cost in an hour of person's time. Multiply that out. It's probably equal to or more than the cost of the acoustic barrier, a sound study, et cetera. Maybe not, but it's probably close, okay? We're spending money right now. We're spending people's time right now, and that's valuable, okay? I haven't seen solid numbers, okay, from somebody that really knows what they're talking about. Measuring the pickleball sound is different, right? It's different than a tennis ball. My feeling is we need to get that data first before we can then make next step decisions on things. I would be more than happy to kind of do the ready, shoot, aim, right? Go buy some acoustic fencing, but that doesn't seem like it's the right way to do this. We got to kind of take this methodical approach at this point. Otherwise, it's just going to be pushing the can down the road. So that's my thoughts.
So what would you what are your thoughts for what we do in the interim? Stop pickleball altogether, maintain the interim order, right? That's one of the things I think that city staff is going to look for a direction from us on today.
That's an interesting question. The other thought I would say, enforcement has to be in here somewhere too.
I think it'll follow city council into the code.
Right. Ordinances, right. I mean, what I'm hearing is people are afraid to call in at this point because they feel embarrassed or whatever. Maybe it's not the majority of pickleball players causing these problems, but they're happening. It's not fair to the residents to have to police that. I don't want them to police that, right? We've got the Carmel Police Department that you want doing that. And so anything we do has to include enforcement here. In terms of allowing pickleball to continue while we do this analysis, part of me says, I don't have a good answer here, right? Part of me says we got to let people continue to play, but part of me says let's suspend it because that will put the pressure on the city council and us to get our act together to solve this. I don't have a good answer to that one, though.
Tom, I have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
When we started this a few months back, there was a question that was posed for our December meeting, and I'm going to paraphrase because I couldn't find it, so I'm just going to paraphrase. It was, if pickleball had never been allowed, would we allow it now with all that we know? Do you remember that question?
I remember it.
So I've been looking at that. I think that we had initially in our December meeting, we tried to strike the best balance that we could with what we knew, while we then went back to try to gain additional information. Each of us do our own research, see where we could go with this. Something that's been mentioned a few times, and I see it in a lot of cities who have pickleball in this state, is that they have had some sort of study that would satisfy CEQA. For the people who don't know, that's the California Environmental Quality Act. It appears as though most cities, and I'll just name some, Pasadena, Discovery Bay, Danville, San Pedro, Redondo Beach, these are all communities that have had a CEQA study done prior to having pickleball, or looking at current pickleball as they would transition courts from tennis into pickleball. I know that's been sort of talked about. Is that something that we've looked at? Is that something we should be looking at? That's the science part of it. I know an earlier person who gave a public comment had referred to the fact that these are courts in a forest, and they're courts in a neighborhood in a forest. Is this what we should be looking at also? Is this something that, before we start to spend money and do all these various things, is that looking at the science of this? And I know this is a commission that has to deal a lot with science. We deal with the forest, we deal with the beaches. Should we be performing a CEQA study on this? What does that entail? I don't know if anybody here knows that answer.
I could touch on what's in the report, and if anyone wants to bounce things off. So what we had we had compared pickleball relative to the language that that does not constitute an environmental evaluation, which there's a public resource code section 21065. We had interpreted the letter, well, I'll just read what it says. It has no potential to cause either a direct physical change in the environment, or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. We did not perceive this to be altering at all the physical layout, the physical environment. Everyone has their own interpretation, right? That's why attorneys exist. But we had put that in there because we believe that making the implementations that we had recommended would not constitute a direct physical change in the environment. That was what our conversation was. One other thing is that there's your second question was what would the process be? One of them is, again, going back to budget season, which is right now. The budget will be adopted in 2 months, or 2 or 3 months. If City Council determines that they would like to budget in financial resources to conduct an analysis, all we can do is provide our interpretation of this. If they would like to throw money at that, then then they could do that.
Is there a cost to have a CEQA?
And
study
to
done?
approach that, we're actually doing that in the process now for the Carmel Forest Master Plan. I believe she quoted us at $50,000 to $100,000.
Up to $150,000
Up to
for
$150,000.
EIR.
Because there are levels. There is a categorical exemption where we fill out a document to say that this is exempt from CEQA. There's a initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which is the weakest link in the thing, or a full-blown EIR, which would be probably $150,000 and.
Okay.
And that's what we're budgeting, by the way.
Okay.
For the forest
we're
management plan.
budgeting the maximum amount.
Yeah,
so that in
I
case
think it's premature for us
Yeah.
to say the amount, because if we were to go into a CEQA analysis, we would be looking at things like parking and traffic and noise and getting technical studies to support that
It would be
analysis.
bigger than the forest management plan.
It's
Okay.
yeah, and so yeah, there are different categories of CEQA that you would have to do, like an exemption, and then like Justin was saying, a mitigated neg deck or a full-blown environmental impact report, and the cost associated that and the noise study to go along with that,
Would be
can vary,
prohibitive.
up to, it can be, up to 40,000 for a noise study. So it really depends. And we would have to first define what the project is before we could get a consultant to do the analysis.
But first, the city would need to determine that in this instance, they felt like CEQA review was necessary.
Yes.
And that has not been the city's perspective on this, on pickleball at Forest Hill Park so far.
So far,
That would be a
has
change
been
in
true.
opinion.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
like, they would have never allowed the pickleball play there in the very beginning, 2011. They would have never allowed the restrike, right? Like, just from a city perspective.
They didn't define it as a project that would need analysis.
So up until this point. So it would be a change in perspective for the city to determine now that a CEQA analysis was necessary.
Correct.
Correct, yeah. Okay. Sarah?
That was the answer. Thank you.
So, in some ways, I'd like to see at least the pickleball that's allowed now for the 3 days for the short hours. It's not satisfying a lot of people, but while we find this other information, and will the city pay it? We need to find out if the city would pay for some of it to have the professional sound person and people, whatever. But while we are going through that, which would probably take another 3 months, it's too bad to cut out the pickleball, and on the other hand, we want it as quiet as possible. So the sooner we could get more of a professional sound thing, if the city would pay for it, would be kind of the way I would go for now. And again, it would be a temporary 3-month thing. Well, the sound would be researched, and then if need be, information on the coverings and how much that would help. That would be my thinking.
Jerry?
Well, I think that.
Can you lean forward?
Yeah, the proposal.
I'm going to tie it to your.
Tom, yeah, okay, I'm too laid back.
Between your ears, maybe.
I agree with Kelly. The proposal in its form and what it's trying to accomplish is a good proposal. It's not perfect. There's still oxes being gored on both sides without enough, maybe more detail put into it. I also agree with Sarah. We should not cut out pickleball. That's not an option in my mind. We've restricted it. Can we do it better with some locks or something else? Should we suggest we even have them spend the $15,000 to institute some of the changes you've suggested, which on many levels make sense. But if we don't, we have to believe what the residents say. They're not enjoying quiet enjoyment of their property rights, and whether it's a blurred part of the city code or not. I think there's still a lot of mitigation that has to be done before we can say that that's going to be a rule or a law that the city council is going to adopt and go into the code. So I'm afraid in my mind, we're not perfectly here yet to say yes or no pickleball, or are we even ready to say yes or no? Well, if it's yes, maybe we should see what we have to do to line up our ducks to mitigate the issue, which was also brought up. So that's where I'm at right now. I don't know if that can come to a motion in some form or another to get us so we can keep moving on and get this figured out. But I'll leave someone else to make the motion on this one.
I do think it would be, it's hard to take, it's an imperfect sort of situation, but I would say since these, most Tuesdays and Thursdays when I go by, there aren't a lot of people on those courts. And I was there this past Tuesday at 2:30. There was one group playing. They were just finishing their play. We had over an hour of conversation on the courts. That the play and the noise and the sound that day was not problematic. The problem is when there's 4 courts of people going and they're trying to fit 16 people, shoehorn 16 people into the tennis courts, which is twice what tennis courts max is 8. It's double the people, double, et cetera, everything. I have seen more people on the courts on Saturdays. I have not observed any violations, but I have not been there after hours when violations have occurred. So I just want for the record to say, it's not that I don't think there are violations. Certainly there have been calls to the police and people that have been there. I feel like that's I really feel like the proposal that the city staff came up with to cut the pickleball to 2 games as opposed to 4 games at once are steps in the right direction to mitigate the sound as it exists presently, right? It doesn't seem like, and so I think, the question becomes, do we maintain the interim hours that we have presently? And do we recommend that city council pay the $25,000 for a sound study, before deciding what the final hours and dates and times are? That seems like a reasonable proposal if we would like to do that. I think it opens the possibility that with a sound study and with materials research, if there's people that are interested in participating in that exercise, maybe there's more play that could be there versus less, since we're cutting the courts down by 2. I don't know. I'm just saying opening possibility, right? Maybe the sound study will say there should be no pickleball, right? That clearly the sound study would be useful. My understanding was that was like a $20,000 or $25,000 cost, correct? Like that, when you looked at getting a professional sound study, it seemed like it was order of magnitude. It wasn't $5,000, right?
Yeah, it was a very vague. It was time and materials based, which is a great way of saying, can't give you an exact number. It'll take us as long as it takes us. I don't know what else to say. We didn't have an exact number. I would imagine the ballpark of that number to be accurate.
Okay, so so I think the question to the commission becomes, do we feel that a sound study is required before we can implement sort of permanent, kind of make a recommendation on permanent hours relative to pickleball there or not?
Did you find as a person or a group that does sound studies within the peninsula?
I don't know if they're from within the peninsula, but it's the same group. I can't remember their name. I can pull it up in just a second, but it's the same group of people that planning uses. They gave us their number. We were eventually able to get in touch with them, called the gentleman on the phone, spoke with him.
So they've already worked with the city?
Yes, and he sent an email essentially saying, he told us what the types of work would be and the personnel, and then he had said it'd be time and materials based, so I didn't quite know what to make of that.
Well,
I'm not sure I answered your
Be more
question.
specific, but I agree. I mean, I think that, excuse me, that seems like an important point for us to go any further from changing what we already have. But then do you go ahead and have just the tennis court? Do we do that? Tennis court 1 and 2, you're recommending that?
Well, I think the question is, does the commission feel like a professional sound study is required before the city can adopt more permanent regulations around pickleball at the court, right? Is that required or not? If the commission believes that's required, then we wouldn't be supporting a motion to recommend permanent hours, right? But we would need to consider, do we extend the interim ones as is? I think I'm not sure as a city that it would be deferred to city council for a decision on that. From my perspective, I guess I feel like I support the work that you have done. I think a sound study would be useful. I'm not sure that the city should be paying for that, I guess is the question I have.
And a sound study could work against playing pickleball.
I don't care what the outcome is.
No, I'm just
you know
saying
what I mean?
it could work. So if we're thinking about moving forward on certain things, if we're putting the money in, for example, to do this work, put in the extra fence, I don't know that we'd want to do that. And then have a sound study that would determine that we are violating the city ordinances on noise.
I don't think you could do both. Yeah, I don't think you could recommend like you're saying.
Right.
Yeah,
so
the sound
if you were
study would have to
saying,
come
or
first.
if we're going to carry on, that would give us an answer. It would give us an answer. It may end up being an answer that we're not violating any city noise ordinances, but we still have the fact that the neighbors feel how they feel. So we're trying to come to a balance with that. So I don't know what a sound study would do for us.
So I don't know.
At this point, too. Yeah, I'm just not sure. It's a lot of money, or who would pay for it if the city doesn't pay for it?
I guess my point of view would be, I think we all kind of agree that we're not collecting good data right now. And I wrote down, Tom, what you wrote. This is a general framework for measurements. These are not official or scientific data that we've collected. You guys said that.
Correct.
Okay. To me, and I come from a software background, we have subjective data,
Right.
and we're using that to come up with hard solutions and answers here. And that's just like a mismatch to me. Okay? If our goal is to figure out a balance between the residents and pickleball players, we got to come up with a balance of what's the appropriate amount of soundproofing or sound mitigation that we can get to get to that balance. And the way we can get there is by first having good numbers of what's the sound levels, and then from there we can look at what are the options for sound mitigation and then apply that. And so from my point of view, getting good data to start with is really important. That's my perspective.
But in the
Seems like
literature,
we all agree on that,
Yeah.
actually.
We all
I think
agree on
we're all
that.
saying the
It's
same
the
thing.
budget. We need to, how are we? We need,
absolutely.
that is what we would like to have. I mean, I think we'd like to have a few different studies, but making sure that we have
Just one
the
study.
budget.
One study by professional. I mean, maybe the group that already works, if they trust the group that already works for Carmel, then I would think that would be the obvious.
there's also, I mean, isn't there in the literature quite a bit of literature about the decibels of pickleball?
There
It's
is.
70 decibels. right? And that's within the range of what's reasonable within a neighborhood by a park, right? And, you know, I just think I think the city, as it pertains to budget, may come back and say, you know, do we want to spend $20,000 or $25,000, or can we reasonably look at the literature? And I know those were unscientific data points, but at least you guys tried. You put some effort into using the sound. I guess you use that for the enforcement of people who are running generators that are too loud, right? You know, I think, you know, an Apple Watch, maybe it's off, but every time my Apple Watch has been down there, it's not over 70 when people are playing. So I guess I wonder about holding up, taking action on hours of the play for that study. And if people believe that if it's, you know, worth, and I'm just not sure whether or not the city would determine that to be a priority. I think one of the things that's hard about being on a commission is you always want more data than you have, right? It's not we're always having to work in imperfect isn't the right word, but more incomplete data sets, right? We're not that's often the case. And so I think.
So the next step could be to see if the city will fund it. And of course, having a figure would help, or close to a figure. And, but then do we go to the only two courts for the pickleball and do one for, do we want to put in that fence for the tennis?
Right, I don't think you would make capital investments in that. If you wanted to have the data on the sound study, you probably would not invest in any capital investments in changing the courts until you had that data. So would you just continue to leave the interim order as is presently, right? Or would you still take it down? It would be harder to, I think, you know, leave it to one court, but that sort of becomes the option, right? I think.
Can I ask another question? So are we all in agreement or not agreement that sound mitigation needs to happen?
What we need to know is what the decibel is. I mean, we know it bothers people, and so there's that. And if we had the proof that it was over, or just even on the highest amount that it's supposed to be allowed, then that would certainly tell us that trying to get some barrier would be.
I
think that the city's proposal also, it gives mitigation. They've taken out one of the courts, and then they've brought it down to 2 courts on certain days. So I think that they have mitigated it with that.
Well, we don't have that yet.
No, but if that's what we do, I think that their proposal has mitigation in it. So I think we need to be mindful of that.
Okay.
I'd like to see the proposal, and I would rather see $25,000 if we had it invested in absorptive material, because if you study the literature on pickleball, it suggests that sound mitigation is helpful. Whether or not you believe, it doesn't take all the sound away, like you've observed in Pacific Grove, but it does reduce, right, the sound. And so the proposal, the one thing that's missing, I think, in your proposal is the sound mitigation, some kind of material, which I would hope that we could encourage the city to explore alongside the proposal that you have.
All right, so we're not ruling out sound mitigation. I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Because even with the proposal that the city recommended, the opportunity to put absorptive material on the west-facing side of the fence, you know, on the pickleball side of the fence, right? And that court where you're proposing it is on the wooded side of the tennis court area.
That makes the most sense, but you'd be down to 2 pickleball courts, which in itself is mitigating the issue that they have now.
Well, the times I've been by on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I haven't seen 4 courts in use, hardly. Right, I can't recall. The only time I've seen 4 courts in use is on a Saturday. personally. But I haven't been there every day. I'm not a, you know.
Well, I certainly haven't either,
Yeah,
so.
There were 3 courts when I went recently. 3 courts used for pickleball. I mean, that's.
On a Tuesday or Thursday?
It was one
Okay.
of those days.
Right.
And it was
But that's-
afternoon. But I mean, that was just once. I live at the other end of town. She lives by the.
So is it possible to add into the recommendation that will further analyze
Yeah.
sound mitigation options? Because the way it's written right now, it kind of precludes that. And I want to make sure that what we're saying is clear to the city council that, no, we're not saying we're not doing any other sound mitigation.
Yes, we
Right.
can include, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you can modify it however you,
Yeah.
you know,
And then
however you would like.
The only other comment I would make, and somebody brought this up, I think on the phone call, about being able to get access to the courts. If we're reducing it down to 2, has there been any thoughts about a reservation system to give priority to Carmel residents? And I'm being careful here because I know an email went out about Palo Alto and all that. I want to make sure that we are being mindful of Carmel residents first, because that's our priority. Just a thought I wanted to put out there.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with Chief Tomasi about that type of questioning and about pickleball days and hours versus tennis days and hours and how we should spell them both out to make sure that they are clear, and talked about the fact that if we do accept this proposal, it should be codified.
Yeah.
And that he said it takes about 6 to 8 weeks for that to happen. I asked about enforcement. I asked about how we enforce the beach cleanup rules for the fires and whatnot. And how that is handled is there is an administrative fee that the city gets, and then he runs it through the marina courts, and there is an additional fee. From what I understand, it is $100 for the city and $350, so for a total of about $450. And if you're cited, it is a citation you are expected to pay that. It is pursued through the courts. And if you, which is what we're having now, we have when the police are called, people are just, for many of the times, just carrying on playing. And so, so he had said that that would have to stop, and having this in our codes would be a prohibitive thing. He mentioned having a QR code so you can find out what our rules are in regards to that. But it does take approximately 2 months. It has to be heard twice by the city council. So there is a process. It would take a certain amount of time for us to get to that.
It's probably like 4 months before the code would be enforceable. Because if we recommend yeah, I'm just saying if we would recommend that city staff take this proposal to city council with Forest and Beach support, they would have to hear it. That's the first time. That would probably be a month from now.
Right.
And then it has to be heard again.
Right.
And then the code has to be implemented.
Correct.
Right. And it would be like a traffic ticket citation,
yes,
like you're
exactly.
describing. In the interim, I have a question for you, Tom, which is the locks on the gates, the locks which you can operate remotely. How quickly could those be implemented if city council approved this, so that at least from the courts, being open and closed, how quickly could that be implemented? Do you have any idea?
Do you want to speak to that?
I think fairly fast, the way Cleve made it sound, but without the wall down the middle, we would be blocking tennis as well.
But we could probably have but you said the tennis hours were 10 to 4, 7 days a week?
Yes.
So we might have
there's
some.
two different gates.
We might have. We
But
just
there's
might
no
have some
partition.
pickleball violators. I mean, we would hope not, but the risk is that if you put locks that are 10 to 4, until you have it through city council and the fence installed, right, they would have access. We would still have the signs that would say pickleball Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 10 to 4.
But the nets wouldn't be locked in at this point until we're actually making the physical changes. So the nets would still be out. So if somebody needs to.
They would need to be locked, I think, until then.
Yeah.
But at least the gates would
And there's ways around that. I mean, I don't want to, put a shoe in there. I mean, you can, I think that we would need enforcement to make sure that it didn't happen. So I think once we're in a position where we're ready to vote on this, and if that is the direction that we go, we need to ask. And I think that's what the police department feels.
Well, I think the code follows, right, by
if we ask for it,
right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's correct, right?
I do.
Yeah, and I would say the other thing in the interim, and at the risk of mentioning Yountville one more time, I do know that when they were at their most contentious place, they put together a group of residents and pickleball players that were not a formal committee or appointed or anything like that. And the pickleball community showed up because the problem they were having in Yountville was also that they have a city with 100,000 people just down the highway, Napa. They were coming on the weekends. They were not abiding by the rules. So it wasn't necessarily the local residents that were the issue. Right. And they had local Yountville pickleball players who showed up at those courts as ambassadors and kind of monitor. I mean, I don't want to say court monitors, but they had people that showed up on the weekends, took turns, right, saying, hey, respect our courts, respect our rules, please pay courteously, right? We want to make sure that we're able to maintain pickleball here. So there's an opportunity, without being prescriptive, there is an opportunity for our pickleball community to help make sure that on Saturdays or whatever days that we're not having, if we can lock the courts at 4 o'clock, that covers that. But in terms of until a program would be implemented, there might be an opportunity for that as well.
But are you thinking of a law? There are two gates, and one side would be the tennis side, and one side would be so you'd have a separate lock on both sides, would you?
If there was a fence down the middle, that would work, yes. Yeah.
The tennis side would open more days than that.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how long that would take to implement?
To put the fence in?
And to just put the fence in, locks, painting the new lines for the two courts.
It depends on how fast we can get the quote from the fence contractor and installed. I mean, I assume fairly fast because the striping we all do ourselves, and if the city's doing the installation and maintenance ourselves, that would be fairly fast.
And the locks would probably be fast if that were to be something that were decided. I can't imagine that we would actually not need to wait for a quote. It would be calling or going on a website and saying, oh, $1,600, buy. We don't need authority under $5,000 or $10,000.
Okay.
And that's something, I don't even know if I want to get into this, but I just wonder, this is a question, I don't know the answer, but I wonder if a city facility is locked and if there are established city policy or city signs indicating the open hours and closed hours. If someone were to be inside when the gates were locked, I wonder if it would be
if they're locked
trespassing.
In?
I mean,
oh,
if they were not allowed to be in there. I don't know the answer to this, but it'd be worth. I'm curious as to what.
I was told not until it's code that we have the authority to establish hours, but it has to be codified for citations.
Right.
It's the best. Yeah, and
you would
and that's
receive
what the general plan tells us to do,
right? If somebody thought they were going to get away with playing longer and they stayed and the gate got lost, that would get locked. That'd be. We'd give them your number, Tom.
Please don't.
Okay, so let's bring it back to if everybody could maybe just share a perspective on whether or not you feel prepared to make a recommendation on the proposed plan with any type of revision that you might suggest, or whether you would like to proceed with discussing what we do as an interim matter until we're prepared to vote in the future on something else. And that would assume that you need a sound study or something like that. But our interim rules are expiring, so we have to either re-up the interim rules for some period of time, or,
6 days.
so, well,
What did you say?
so we'll start, huh?
What did you say? Here.
Jerry said there's 6 days before it expires, so we're not out of luck. Okay.
So I don't have to do
We're not out,
anything.
we're in the woods and we're not out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Try your mic.
I told you I wasn't going to make a motion on it.
So, yeah, I'm not asking you to make a motion, I'm just asking you to say, would you be prepared to support the city recommendation with
With some proviso.
with some, for example, I'd be willing to support it, but I'd like to see sound mitigation continue to be explored
Yes.
as part of the city proposal.
Yeah, but within 30 days, we can't wait, we can't wait forever for a sound, we can't wait forever for a sound study now.
So I'm not saying,
Yeah.
so the question is, the city has presented us a proposal that they would like to take to city council with Forest and Beach support.
Yes.
So are we prepared to say, are you prepared to vote on the proposal they've presented as reasonable to take to city council as regulations for the pickleball courts?
I am now.
You are, okay. And would you?
Yes, willing to consider that.
Okay, you're
Yes.
willing to consider that?
Yes.
Okay. Neil?
As long as there's a reference to sound mitigation in there, because I think it's really important that we address the noise. I really would like to have objective numbers, but I'm willing to kind of move off of that. Because I think the intent this year, as long as we're all recognizing we have to do something to continue to drive the sound, the noise down.
Okay.
Yes. And I think going down to 2 courts and putting them on that side, that helps. There's like a limited set of options we've got here, right? That will certainly help reducing the number of courts ultimately, but we have to kind of figure out the sound to continue to further mitigate that. So there you go.
Okay.
That's fine.
Sarah?
It's fine with me.
Okay. Tamara?
I would agree. I'm comfortable with moving ahead with the recommendations. I think we should continue to look into further sound mitigation, and I think we need to codify it.
I think we should I would just add as soon as possible.
As soon as possible, and I'd like to also discuss, of course, if this goes forward, during the time that work is being done, of course, courts would be closed. So depending on when that would begin, courts would be closed, and I think courts should not reopen again until the codes are in the books, so that we can.
You would close them right now?
I'm not saying right now, but once we're ready to begin work, once they are closed, and I think that the timing of that would be correct. However long it takes for them to do the work, by the time we're there, if the work began in 1 or 2 months, and it took one month, let's say, to get the work done, to get the fence up, to get it ready, I think we should try to marry it with the codes being on our municipal books at that point.
I'd rather not put that in, and I think it would be obvious if they were working on a fence, you couldn't play on either side, so you just would have to wait while some of that was being done.
Yeah, I personally think that it shouldn't start again until the codes are on the books. I think we've had a lot of issues, and I personally, I didn't mention that I've driven by, gone by, parked, taken pictures many times where people are playing when they shouldn't be playing, where people are being given lessons when they shouldn't be on the courts. So I think that that's something that would be fair. I don't know that it would take 4 months. When I spoke to Chief Tomasi, he said once they approve it, so once the city council approves it, he said it's usually about 6 to 8 weeks.
So
I
don't agree
would
with you,
disagree.
but should we add the locks need to get in as quickly as possible so that we know that it is going to be locked and the policeman doesn't have to run down and lock it? Should we
So
say-
I think that, Tom, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded like, as it pertains to putting automated locks on the courts at both entrances and having access from 10 to 4 Monday through 7 days a week for right now, that is, that's something you can do. You could, if you had the support of the commission, you could take your proposal to city council and you could tell them that you've already implemented the locks from 10 to 4 as a starting point.
And we'll come visit you in jail.
Well, no. No. Right, and then the question is, how do you would still have to provide the net access. The net locking of the nets that you're doing presently would need to continue until you had you were able to implement the plan that you're proposing.
Yeah.
Right? Is your recommendation that you take this to city council, but between now and the time you take it to city council, we keep the current hours?
This poses this poses another financial matter, in that we're effectively kindly requesting that our own facilities, we have 2 people who work for all of our city buildings, who repair everything. They're here. They repair things in city, every building. Those are the guys who are going out to lock the pickleball. They've been kindly doing so, right? They have their work up to here. So it's just an example of it's taking their time still each Tuesday and Thursday, and we're paying on Saturdays to have it done. So it would be another, I'm not sure, I can't speak to whether they would be able to continue doing that Tuesdays and Thursdays, but it would certainly be a continued cost on Saturdays. I don't know if you could speak to, even if our staff could do.
How long will it take to get those locks, excuse me?
Again, I believe soon, but the locks really go in hand with the fence down the middle.
Yeah, you have to have a fence.
This is I wouldn't
No, but I'm saying
recommend.
right now, there's no lock. So you can go I can go on that court 24 hours a day. I'm not supposed
And
to.
just move the nets in.
But I can do whatever I want. So what I'm trying to come up with is, it sounds like the locks could be quick,
Could help.
immediate, and could help
too.
at least have the courts locked from 10 to 4. But until the program can be implemented, right? The question is, what do we do between now and then? And to me, it seems like, I wonder if what we should do is suggest that you get the locks as soon as possible, so that you can the courts can be locked from 10 to 4, and that you go down by 1 pickleball. I mean, you take a tennis court down immediately, which means that we should only have 2 pickleball nets on those courts, right? And there would be some net maintenance. I'm just saying maintenance, but maintenance required to make those nets available on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, until such time as you could do the work, right? The idea, what I would support is allowing pickleball to continue while we're in this phase of you taking the proposal to city council, and the time that you're trying to then implement the fencing or whatever you're going to do.
Where does the locks fit in then? What's the schedule on the locks?
10 to 4.
It's just one
Getting
more,
these
right.
locks.
On all the
Of getting them, I don't know, no more than 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, so we continue, and the locks come as soon as they can, but it still continues.
But making that decision is excluding tennis during those days, doing every other day.
We would need to make the motion that we're reducing their hours too. And we would need to approve that. And then the locks could go in, and it would just be one more way of it being managed without needing to call police. But we would still need to have the 2 pickleball nets locked and unlocked on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But the locking of the actual courts would be at 4 in the afternoon and reopen at 10 in the morning. So that might just take one piece of it that we wouldn't have to necessarily.
Yeah, because I think part of your proposal was that the courts, all of the courts, would be under a 10 to 4
Yes.
Time use, right? And that tennis, when it's fully implemented, tennis would be 7 days and pickleball would be 3 days, right?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Sure. Yeah.
The other wrinkle, which is, I don't know if this would work, is we don't own the nets. We'll be locking up private property.
Aren't you?
We
You
are.
already are.
We are,
There'd
but
be no change in that.
seemed the whole, this was
Well,
supposed
if
to be
they
a
want to
whole-
take them back, they can have them. But, yeah. You know what it is? I don't even know that it's our community that's causing a lot of the issues. It's the fact that this is open to the public. Anybody can come. So, I'm sure that for the most part, our community isn't causing most of these problems, Pardon me?
All public parks are open to the public.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still hours, though. You can still have hours. Right, but no, I'm just saying that these nets I'm not saying that it's our community that's coming and using them. I mean, there's people that have, got the nets out of the lock. There's been a lot of things that have happened, yeah. We get all the messages, so we hear from everybody, and so there's been a lot. So I think just trying to mitigate where we can. So by having the locks that would lock it at 4 p.m. and reopen at 10, that's just sort of one less thing that we would need to worry about. But I know that the nets, their tennis nets are being used. Yeah, I know. So, yeah. So,
okay.
I think it's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
I think it's a good suggestion.
So I think so perhaps we could take this in sequence. Maybe that would simplify it. One is to first have a motion on the proposal that you presented, Tom. It sounds like there is a suggestion to include continued exploration of sound mitigation at the courts with absorptive material, and we'll need to find some help, maybe find some help that could help you with that. And then second, perhaps we could talk about do we want to extend the interim times that we have presently until City Council is able to take up your proposal, right? And so I think the question on that second item is, are we prepared to implement what the city staff is recommending now, which is that when this interim 90 days is up, we switch to 2 pickleball courts, not 4. And then I think it sounds like the third topic is implementation, which it sounds like on the locking, that maybe that's something that you could do. It sounds like it's within your authority to order the locks and put those in place.
I believe so.
And I don't think you have to wait for City Council for that, because my understanding from
that's good.
Brian was that Forest and Beach does have the authority to set park hours. So that's something that could happen as quickly as possible. I think under that last bit, once that's in place, open 10 to 4, it'll be open 10 to 4, 7 days a week. So there'll be a need to reduce by 2 the number of pickleball nets, and still there will be a need to manage the 2 pickleball nets that are remaining from on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays until you're able to implement the plan if City Council approves it. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. So in that sequence, I guess let's just talk about the proposal that city staff presented to the commission today. If someone would like to make a motion on the proposal, and I think include...
I think it should be all one. Let's just get one whole proposal so we can vote on it, which would be that the...
Sarah, can you talk into your microphone?
Oh, yeah. So I'm just talking now, don't set it up, but it would be that we continue the proposal, that we accept the proposal of the city, but that will be tentative until we have a good sound study or something along that line, and then we will need to look at it again.
I thought we had moved away from the sound study.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I
I think
said-
we had moved away, yeah.
I had said, as long as we put into the
Sound
proposal,
mitigation.
sound mitigation
Sound
continued.
mitigation.
Yeah. Well, I would like to do a sound study. I'm willing to bypass
Well,
that.
how can we do sound mitigation without the study? We don't.
Well, we'll have to work it with the numbers we've got, I guess is what I'm
Are you
saying.
satisfied with that? I thought you weren't satisfied with that.
Well, technically I'm not, but I'm also motivated to try to move this forward.
Okay.
And I don't
That's
want
fine.
us to stop looking at and putting in sound mitigation
Yeah,
just
okay.
because of that.
That's fine. Okay, that'd be good. Okay. But I think we should have the whole package in one.
Instead of two motions. Okay, however, whoever wants to make a motion.
You do.
I just want to clarify that you should also in your motion decide if you're doing a policy or you're recommending an ordinance, because I've heard discussion on both sides.
Both. Oh,
Big difference.
I think, okay.
An ordinance.
Both, yeah. Well,
Well, I
an
think we
ordinance,
have
yeah.
Is that what Jerry, do you feel it should be an ordinance?
She made a very good point.
Oh, yeah, I think it should be an ordinance. And when I spoke with the police department, that was the impression
Absolutely,
that I had. And I think we all received some letters from this,
From who?
from the city.
Oh,
Yeah. And
So are there two separate things then? One is,
well, it's a proposal, what we're supporting is the city staff's proposal, which would result in an ordinance to implement a city ordinance that would implement the proposal they recommended, which is that we have 2 pickleball courts, not 4. They're available 10 to 4, 3 days a week. We have tennis is 7 days a week, 10 to 4, which is the other part of it. The ordinance would be what was in the city staff proposal.
The city staff recommended a policy, not an ordinance. So
we would need to recommend.
This is really, this is a big difference.
So I think I think it needs to be codified so that it can be
agree.
enforced.
I agree.
Otherwise, yeah.
okay. And then you add something about the sound. We're going to add something about the sound.
And
To
so
explore
that's
sound
what
mitigation.
Yeah, and so Tom said that we could carry on with that. He said we don't necessarily need to put that into the motion, but that's something that will be an ongoing conversation
So we don't actually even need to make a motion because we would do.
for the sound mitigation, for the additional sound mitigation. We don't need to.
Right, as long as all the commission is comfortable with that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you catch that?
no.
Okay, say that, why don't you speak again?
And one other
Tom
suggestion.
had just said we don't need to put in any continued research into sound mitigation into our motion, which I would imagine. We can just carry that on as a conversation, but it doesn't need to be part of our motion at this time.
One more suggestion is instead of using the word mitigation, because that implies an impact, per sequa, and I would suggest using different wording than that.
Okay.
Possibly sound reduction.
Sound reduction.
Sound reduction,
Yeah,
okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
Oh, you just did, I thought.
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Whoever is going to make the motion, please go slow so I can write it down, because there's been still a lot of different things that I'm getting. Every time I write something down, it seems to be a little
Not
bit
too
different.
early,
So whatever words you choose, just go slow. We'll go through it again as best as I can. I know Mary and Tom and Justin are writing things down as well, so they can chime in. But just try to be as specific as possible in your motion, okay?
And I just want to make, just for clarification, the city staff sought Forest and Beach Commission support for the proposal you had around pickleball at Forest Hill Park to go take to city council, correct? Right? That's what you were looking from us to do? Yes. Right, okay. So our support of your proposal would come in the form of a motion that included a recommendation to create a city ordinance that codified those regulations related to rules at Upper Forest Hill Park.
And we leave sound out of it because we know we're going to follow through with the sound. Okay.
Okay.
Go.
Well,
So is that how we need, can we just refer to your proposal then? We can refer to, we don't need to break down what your proposal is? No.
Sorry.
do you have a question, Justin? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
can I make one more thing
Yep.
as to why we went with the policy? Also, if it's not an ordinance, it's a lot easier to change in case maybe we do end up with sound dampening fences that makes everybody happy. And we don't want it in the code that you can only play certain days. Something like that. We're trying to be a little more fluid with maybe the locking and the enclosure with a policy as opposed to getting on the books hard code, making it illegal, and then, maybe not being the future.
So I think the idea of having a policy allows for more flexibility, but it really has no teeth, right? And I think one of the things that we've heard consistently is when people feel like they can just do whatever they want because it's not codified. I think that's, personally for me, that's another challenge. And so I think recommending an ordinance, there's nothing that says that we can't change the ordinance
Absolutely.
in the future, at some future point in time. So if the pickleball community decides to go invest in a professional sound study and research other things because they want to have expanded play on those two courts, and they come back with an evidence-based approach for that, I'm just saying for example, right? Then that could be a basis upon which to revise an ordinance. But I do think it's important to have code.
And that, sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
The teeth would be being inside a locked gate that would end up being trespassing.
Are we sure of that?
That's how Pacific Grove does it.
So I don't know that that would be what the code is. I don't know that it would be trespassing. I'm not sure what the exact sort of citation would be. I don't know that it would be trespassing. I'm assuming, though, I actually have worked with these locks before. You can get out, correct? So you can always get out.
There's emergencies.
So no one's stuck in there, right?
Until you
No one's,
They're
yeah.
not
So
gonna be
just
stuck
so
on
that
pickleball
excuse is
forever.
off of the table. There's going to be rules, and I don't know how it will be looked at, but no, that's a good question. But Chief Tomasi had mentioned there should be a QR code too, so that people can see what the code is, know what the law is on this. And so I think that I think it does need to have teeth, because I don't think the past 3 months have shown us that. So I think we do need to move forward with the code.
Okay.
Is what I
understand.
I mean, I don't think it's a significant cost to the city to implement to go through the process of creating a code, right? It's not like it. So it's we always have the flexibility to revise it or expand it, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's there's multiple things that I think you considered in the program that you were recommending, right? One is, reducing noise by reducing the number of courts, putting them on the east side as opposed to the west side, right? You've also restricted the tennis hours, right? So that you have more uniform hours in the park, right? So there won't be anything there until 10, until 4, right? So from which is respectful within a residential community, right? So I think you've taken some good thought in how you've come up with the proposal.
If I may, the things that if a code would be recommended, then there are a few things that perhaps we should remove. For example, not sure it would be needed to be written into the code. There shall be a fence erected halfway through.
No. I don't think it
so
needs that.
essentially, it would be kind of short and sweet. If I'm gathering what you're saying,
the code would just
the
be the
times,
hours,
the days.
the times, days, and hours of place is what the code would be. But we can pass a motion to accept your proposal as proposed and add that we would like to, when this goes to city council, we would like it to also go with an ordinance specifying days and hours of play, right? Because that's what the ordinance wouldn't it be.
So that's good.
Yeah.
And it's days and hours for both, because both will be enforced.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Would we still bring a policy for them to, for council to consider and vote on at the very next council meeting, and at that same meeting, initiate the process of a code?
Yes. I think we would do it in the next meeting.
It would need to be in May. April doesn't have any room.
So May, so that's okay.
April doesn't have what, I'm sorry?
April's agenda is full.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, can we finish this and vote? I really need to, I've lost my wallet, so I'm driving without a driver's license and stuff, you know, and I really want to call the police department, see if I might have left it at the beach, but anyway, I'm getting antsy. I don't need to stay and listen to the rest of it, but I want to vote.
Okay.
So do we have it?
Okay.
How are you coming?
I'm happy to make it.
Go ahead, Tamara.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the city's recommendation for pickleball and tennis, and to have a municipal code adopted that references days, times, hours to play pickleball and tennis.
But do we need to say the specific days and times? Because they may choose something different.
It's in their proposal.
It's in the proposal and it'll be, okay, okay.
I think so. Is that it, guys? I think so.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Burling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickey?
Yes.
Commissioner Jerry?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruda?
Yes.
Thank you. This motion has passed.
You want to give this to her?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to
Okay, it sounds like you're going to go. Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Before we continue, can we please take up the topic of the interim pickleball rules that we have presently? And if we want those to be revised, I'm not sure what date the interim rules were in place until.
Till next week, I believe. It was 3 months, so March 20th.
Next Thursday.
They expire.
Okay, so do we want to pass a motion today to implement the new hours that, I guess, to reduce the courts from 4 to 2? Do we want to go ahead and implement that now when this interim order expires, so that the city can start, we'll end up with just 2 nets on the courts? And, I know that you would tie them, it wouldn't be enforceable because it's not codified, but do we want to have that, to try and implement that ahead of your ability to implement the whole plan? The question is, do we want to do anything right now before that's able to be implemented?
I think that might be more complicated. I'm willing to do it, but I'm not sure if that would be something else that would sort of need to be, that would be another motion.
It's
because
up to you guys. It'd almost be a second trial period. It's like a trial on the reduced courts.
I think extending what we currently have, with the hope that this can be addressed in the next, month or two. Mary, you saying it can't go on to City Council's agenda for the April meeting? Do you know?
It's full until May, yeah.
Until May.
My suggestion would be that if we're willing to move forward
Yeah.
with the city's proposal, that we should take action to be consistent with that. And the reason
I would agree.
And the reason I say that is because one of the things I've heard are concerns about what happens in April, May, June, you know, when we start getting into warmer months and more sunshine and more, right? And so so I think the indicated actions from a city staff perspective would be, we would need to have removed 2 of the 4 nets that are there, right? So there's only 2 nets available. We would need to at least have signage adjustments that clearly specified what our new policy was. And then we would just have to recognize that between now and when we can get to city council, that it's going to be a little bit wobbly, but at least we're taking an action that's consistent with the
I would
with the
agree because
recommended program.
I would agree because it can't be heard until May. I think that's too long. So with that information, I think that's.
And so I would suggest, like for the city, that we, like, this doesn't have to be in the motion, but I would suggest that we look at getting the locks, that the 10 to 4 as quickly as possible, because that can be just 10 to 4 every day. And then we just have the issue of how do we manage 2 nets, not 4, being locked and unlocked on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday until we have, you know, the fencing, and because city council has to approve the money to basically implement that plan, right? Does that make sense? Does that seem reasonable? Yeah. Yeah.
I believe so. I was just wondering if the 20th would be the date when the pickleball players who own the nets would remove the 2, which would mark the
7
end of the 90
days.
days.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, I think that's a good suggestion.
I think I would say
7 days.
I would just, my suggestion might be that we don't have a hard date, but we just say this is the new rules as of now, and we defer to you on the implementation in terms of working it out with when is practicable and reasonable to have those removed from the courts.
Yeah.
Right.
And we could, like, for example, I have no idea the capacity, like vehicle-wise, or the weight. I don't know. We could, if there was a scheduled date, we could even, if it came to it, we could even bring them to Public Works for safe storage until they could be. I hope I'm not volunteering things that I shouldn't.
I actually agree with that.
Could you just lock them? Could you just take 2 of them and lock them to the? Could you just take 2 of them and lock them to the exterior fence there until they could remove 2 of them?
I'm sure we could. Generally speaking, I think it would be a good measure to start moving towards having only city-owned property on the city.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's my only.
Can you
input now.
order the pickleball? Are you able to order the 2 nets that will be the? I mean, the pickleball people may donate them to the city. I mean, if they donated them to the city, that would be okay, right? Carmel Cares donates
They're not
stuff all
permanent
the time.
though, so I wonder. They're not permanent ones. Like you're going to put permanent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like drill them into the ground.
Like drill them into the ground, right?
Yeah, so
we
2
won't
of
need them.
So 2 of the ones that are there need to either be locked or something, so that the goal here is to get down to only having 2 nets that can be moved for pickleball play until such time as the plan can be implemented. Does that make sense?
It does. And perhaps if there are issues, we could kindly request that the owners remove those 2, but until that time, we could presumably lock 2 for good.
Lock 2 for good against the wall, the chain link fence or something, right?
We're also trying to refrain from purchasing new material, like new nets, city-owned nets, without direction from directly from council.
All right, so we'll want to use the temporary ones that are there until that time. But the locks, you could go ahead and place orders for the locks, right? Okay, so I think the motion that needs to be presented and passed would be a motion that would be aligning a revision to the current pickleball hours to align them to the proposal that city staff is going to make to city council in May, right? Which is the only change versus the current existing interim orders is that we're reducing the number of pickleball courts from 4 to 2, right? And that we would need to have some sort of implementation some signs, or we would need to put some signs or something up about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the place to
Great.
say this, but I suppose you had said that this would be a staff decision. Could we just decide that at the 90-day mark is when we would start locking up 2 of them, just to start moving, just to start setting a date on things?
So does someone want to make a motion that at the expiration of the current interim pickleball rules that will adopt?
Do you want to make the motion, Kelly?
I know. I think it's better. It's normally I think the chair isn't supposed to. That's why I'm saying. Does anyone want to make it? Do you want to?
No, I made the one. I'll let
Okay,
somebody
you're
else
good.
make
Does
the
anyone
other.
want to make it?
Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I move that, wait a minute. I move that the commission, no, I move that the commission says to go forward and implement the presented city plan for the new pickleball and tennis court sound reduction plan to include a start date of the 21st of March.
Thank you. Okay.
Did I sit here?
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
But Tom, you got it.
I think.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Read it to me.
I believe you had said that you moved to implement the plan that city presented. I'm not sure what that word is. To include a start date to be the end of the 90-day interim period, the
Yes.
20th,
Yeah.
the end of the 90-day interim period.
Yes, that's even simpler.
To implement the presented city plan to include the start date of the new
The start date as the initial interim plan ends,
Yes.
which is on.
as the interim plan ends.
So the formal new rules for pickleball and tennis play will be effective on March 21st.
Yeah, Friday.
And the changes versus present are, we'll have 2 pickleball courts, not 4, and tennis will now be restricted 7 days a week from 10 to 4.
Could we?
And not formal until it goes to council. Just the wording formal. And like official.
Right.
So whose motion? Okay.
Jerry's the motion.
Did not say all of those.
I didn't say all of that.
So we need to strike, if that's,
Okay.
if you want to include
Jerry,
all of
go
these
ahead.
things, we can keep the motion that you have, or we can move to strike it, and add what Kelly said. So it's up to one of you. Or we just include it.
What did JC used to call it? A friendly?
A friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
I think that
That's not a real
I think
thing.
the friendly amendment, the friendly
Just because
amendment
it's
is
friendly.
helpful just because it's clear about what's changing.
Does he need,
Can-
Will you
can
accept
I-
the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Can I
Okay.
put
That's not a thing.
one more thing? So I think that it should include just the nets, because I don't know if, I don't want to promise that we can get you the locks by the 20th. So we will get two nets gone and lock up, and still lock up 2 nets 3 days a week, starting March 21st.
Okay. And, okay, so one motion just on the pickleball?
Yeah.
Okay. Could we not include that, and when you are able to implement the locks, that will start 10 to 4 for all the
Yeah,
courts? As soon as you're able to get the locks?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I move that the city's proposed plan be implemented beginning Friday, March 21st. And they start. That's all I need to say, isn't it? But the locks were part of the plan, right?
He said he's not sure he can have them by March 21st. That's the, so the friendly amendment might just be, and that the city implement it as soon as practical.
Yes.
Okay, as soon as practical to March 21st.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
How you doing, Beth?
Okay, so now I need a second, please.
I can second.
Okay. Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickey?
Yes.
Commissioner Jerry?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruda?
Yes.
Thank you. This motion is passed.
Thank you. Okay, we have two last items for this evening. The next is our February 2025 Foresters Report.
Thank you, Chair Brzezowski. All right. So I'll start off with kind of what we've been doing. I apologize, I didn't include January in it because I know we missed a month. But the numbers are still in here. I can go over the numbers at least. So we're pretty in the same area with the Carmel Forest Master Plan. We're drafting the contract with DUDEC to do the CEQA analysis. And actually, I didn't have all the information when I put this report together, but you and Nikki have been working diligently on the plan, and we have something pretty close to what we can have a public meeting on.
Nikki has been working diligently, but yes, I'll clarify that it's Nikki's work.
Okay, so then in terms of our contractors, West Coast Arborist was issued a task order for removing the rest of the logs at Rio Park, and also to do a full cleanup of a forest theater before the season starts. So I'm meeting with Juan, and we're just going to go prune all the trees and remove the big dead snags so it can look pretty and healthy and safe before they start plays. Taupe's still finishing the very large task order of 40 dead, dying, poor trees and pruning. And Community Tree Service is working on a task order of large stumps that have been previously used as telephone poles. The PG&E's been working really hard. Actually, they submitted a really large encroachment permit, and at least 5 or 6 of those totem poles, as we affectionately call them, are replaced with new poles. So we're going to start getting those out because I know that's such a really big issue with the community. In other, internally, forestry maintenance worker Renee Aldama passed his certified arborist test earlier this month. So he is now an extra certified arborist on staff, adding to our professionalism. And we got a new maintenance worker, February 18th, Miguel Manzano. He's really, really good. He worked for Smith Tree Service for 18 years, and it just fits in really well and is really good at what he does. The crew removed 10 dead, dying, or dangerous trees and pruned 22 trees, providing clearance for roads and stop signs, and did a very large, starting them on project-based work. So they did Unipero median from 2nd to 3rd, removing 5 or 6 dead trees and pruning all the trees for clearance and health. Also, there was a blowout at the cod pipe right below Forest Hill Park at Mission and 2nd, and we had to remove 3 healthy trees for them to replace the pipe. Last January, we took in 43 tree permits and issued 26. February was 29 and 13 issued. between the two, there was 25 trees pruned, 33 trees removed, and 30 trees being required to be replanted. We took in 183 fresh desk tickets in February and responded to 173. In terms of the master plan catch-up that we've been working on, I gave you all updated numbers in paper today because while this is a reduction in the one that I presented, I started a pretty serious data cleanup last week, and I've been auditing the tree keeper points, and I'm through about a quarter of the city, and I got from 143 down to 116 on dead trees. So I think that this is going to continue to go down on what the work we've been doing, and just trying to get as clean a data as possible.
Okay.
And then, sorry, I keep forgetting of this other one. At the very end, I added a little chart of every month. I'm going to have a chart of kind of what we did, or the removals that the city does to show how, trees are living dynamic processes. The trees that were, 3 trees that were fair condition during inventory were dead. So it's like we're fighting an uphill battle. Any questions?
I would just say, I think the beginning to get a scorecard and tracking in place on the deferred tree maintenance is really important. I know
And
you hear.
you're going to send me what you want it to look like?
Yeah, I think
Perfect.
Neil actually has a background in this and has offered to, not in tree inventory, but in software and data analytics, and he's offered to sort of help on this particular topic, which would be awesome. But yeah, I think just being able to have a scorecard of getting our arms around how much deferred maintenance is out there, and how are we tracking against being able to chip away at that, monthly, yearly is there's probably nothing more important to our residents that came out of the community survey we did than getting more out in front of our trees.
Okay. Show me how you want it to look, and I can do that, no problem.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Are you able to talk a little bit just about the licensing for tree keeper? I'm just kind of curious. Are you the only one that has a license to it? Are there other?
No, a bunch of people do.
Okay.
Tom does, all of our staff, they update it as we go.
Okay. Do the tree construction people, not tree construction, people that are
the
pruning trees, etc., do they have access to tree keeper?
They do. They don't really use it, but they do.
So if they prune a tree or grind a tree stump or do something like that, how does that data get into tree keeper?
We enter it.
Okay.
Staff.
And is there a backlog on that at all, in getting that data into tree keeper?
Yeah, we get it, and we go through and we have our administrative staff audit the task orders and manually enter that in the tree keeper.
Do you have any opinion about whether it would be more efficient to have some of the tree maintenance people, when they're doing the work, actually enter it into tree keeper?
Possibly, yeah, it sounds like it would be, but I don't know. I'd have to work with them on it, and I don't know if that's... Tom, would that be in our contract? The on-call tree service contracts, to have them update tree keeper?
Oh, well. Only West Coast, okay. We exported the shape file for West Coast because in our contract we are able to share the data points, but they use they use a different platform. So they could update their platform, but that wouldn't translate back to our tree keeper. So they wouldn't.
They use a competitor software internally.
I guess actually your question might be, can we give access to the company's with whom we have a contract.
Don't they have access? Or
Well,
just view?
we wanted to set them up, but my inclination is that yes, they could presumably do that. We would need to pay them for data entry. See, we don't have an hourly rate set for data entry. I don't want to get into. Yes, we should.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I don't want to
yeah.
cause problems. I'm just kind of asking the question, which is, because I've heard maybe there's a data entry problem getting the data into it. I know we're strapped from a resourcing point of view. One way to do this is to have the people that are actually doing the work update the information into the system. And that was really just the question. Is that a possibility? Does it make sense? Would that
I think
help?
it makes sense. I don't know how real the possibility is. We'll reach out to them to see what their capability is.
All right. Well, I mean, honest opinions here, right? I mean, I don't want to cause more work.
Sure. I'll give my honest opinion. My opinion is that I definitely don't think that. Again, sorry, my opinion. I definitely don't think one of the companies would be able to do so. Oh, yeah. I think that the second one that I'm thinking of, we already tried to set them up with an account, and they didn't think they weren't able to navigate it well. The third company, the company who uses the competitors, they're like on it. I'm sure we could make that. I'm sure that at least one company would be able to. That's just my off the cuff thoughts.
That's fair. Thank you. I mean, does it make sense to get extra help just to get the data in? And again, I'm asking, maybe it's a naive question, but just making sure we're getting the data in as fast as possible.
I don't know if I think that makes as much sense. It's probably better use going other places.
How many trees, like for example, in 1 week, how many trees get touched and need to be entered in Tree Keeper in an average week?
Between 20 and 30, and I do that at the end of the day with my tree foreman on the city stuff, and I get everything and I put the Tree Keeper points and I do that.
And that would show like the tree number, what was done to the tree, if there's a change in status, etc. So it's like 20 or 30 a week, right?
Yeah, that's kind of high, less than that. So probably 10 to 15, really. Because I mean, if I'm trying to think how long my lists have been over a month, and then the task orders, I don't really, we can't always tell because we give them a start date. And they give us an end date, and then they let us know when they're done. And we're going to work with them to get weekly reporting.
Okay.
On how many trees, not necessarily which trees.
You mean they work on trees that you don't know which trees they work on?
No, there's 12 trees 1 through 12. They might do 4, 6, 8, and 11, and they'll say they did 4 trees, because that's the way the structure set up. The people that are doing the work aren't paid to think, and they're not paid to do this. It's their foreman coming in, or their manager doing it.
As long as you have clarity on which tree, a record.
Yeah, no, I know which trees.
Okay.
I know how much they're doing, and I know what trees we've given them.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So if it's 15 a week, that's like 60 trees a month, right? Which is like, across a year, that's like 700 trees. And we had thousands. I mean, we had 900 stumps and like 1,200 trees that needed to come down. We had like 2,000 that needed to be addressed in the deferred maintenance plan. So that's the other thing, is just to sync on the how long is it really going to take us to be caught up, right? And how many years is it going to take us to be caught up? And if we could do more by putting more do we need to, if we wanted to accelerate that, do you need more contractor? I know you need an assistant forester, but what are the things that would cause?
Again, look at the last table.
Yeah.
We're working trees that were fair and good that are now dead.
Right.
So you can't, those numbers I would say aren't,
It's constantly.
they're constantly changing.
Yeah.
Adding.
It's a living process.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that number is that, not that it's not important, but it's always going to change.
Well, it's always going up, right? The
Healthy
thing
trees
is
are
you're-
healthy trees
Yeah.
are dying.
Right, right.
Forestry is a science of feet, not of inches, and definitely not of
Yeah, yeah,
millimeters.
Yeah, for sure. But having a, we're, like someone said to me, how many trees is our city capable of maintaining a year, right? Total number of trees, and
But does that mean you mean newly planted trees?
no, like how many trees are we capable of taking care of right now?
In the city.
In the city.
In total, that are
Like-
your responsibility, which there's a lot. What is 10,000?
There's
like
12,000.
12,000,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
12.
Yeah.
So the question is, this is really a question more about like capacity, resource capacity, and what the job is, right? And so I think, a few people have said to me, like, how many trees is our city actually capable of maintaining, right? And if your capacity is like, I'm gonna make this up, 8,000 trees, and we have 12,000 trees, then, should we be planting more trees if we don't have the capacity to take care of them, right? So there's
That's a great question.
It's a great question, right? Because I think it speaks to, like, how, it also speaks to how long is it going to take us to get caught up on our deferred maintenance. And I mean, all of these things I think are relevant for the Forest Master Plan update in terms of strategies, because we may determine that we need, if we want to implement the strategies or the vision for the city and trees like we've had historically, we actually may need more resources than we have, right? Because right now we've got an old forest that we have deferred maintenance that we're not caught up on. And I think the sentiment around, reforesting is mixed depending upon what your experience with poor condition trees is around your personal property, right?
Yeah.
So, right? And it's just more, I'm not being critical, I'm just saying it's questions around what's our capacity.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever really know. I mean, I know what we do, and it's, not all the trees that need to get done, because there's so many, and we're doing best we can with the resources we have and I prioritize that. But, there's 13,000 trees, and there's a 4-man crew, which is at 3,
Right.
and 3 contractors.
But if we have like 12,000 trees, and we know that you touch about 700 trees a year, the question is, in a forest of 12,000 trees, on average in a, let's just say, healthy forest, how many trees would need to be touched a year? 30%? In an old forest, maybe it's 60%. But if it's, because of course, not every tree needs to be touched every year, right? But what percent in a healthy forest versus an old forest? Because if we have 12,000 and a third need to be touched in a healthy, I'm making this up, right? That means that 4,000 trees need to be touched, and we're touching 700, right? So it's really just trying to get
You're looking
data.
at the big picture. You're looking at staffing. There's a lot of different factors that, you're trying to look at. And I know you're trying to get a person,
Well, it's been approved, right? Like you've had a couple of positions approved open all year that haven't been filled.
When this discussion started early on my tenure here, you were essentially grabbing for an extra $200,000 or $300,000 a year, which you got last year. What are you trying to get in addition to that this year in the budget?
We're still working on that. We haven't made our final ask yet.
But you're going after another truck, another crew, either hired or in staff. It's probably easier to hire a lot of this done than it is to get city employees to do this. But that still takes an extra couple $100,000 a year if you have a couple of crews and a couple of trucks working all the time, right?
Yeah.
So
and we're trying to do a lot of stumps right now. So that's will be more trees.
It is about the money. Your point's well taken, makes total sense to me.
Yeah.
But if you don't have 2 trucks and 2 more crews working, it won't happen.
Well, and I think one of the issues right now is that even if they get the money, is the staff capable of managing the extra contractors, right?
Well, yeah,
Like,
no.
that's, yeah.
It's a
big
an
picture.
onion.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But some of this, I hope will come up in the
budget.
the budget for
Yeah.
sure, but in the forest
Oh, yeah,
if you think
yeah.
about what strategies you're
Yeah.
adopting and how you build an implementation.
Mhm.
So I know you mentioned, Nikki, I think just on the update for that, we should just touch base, but I think
Yeah.
that the goal is to have our next well, it will be a steering committee meeting in a public setting in probably the latter part of April. And that will be our opportunity to input on a revised plan that will then, once that's revised, the next revision will hopefully be something we can put out for public comment. And then the question I have, Justin, for you, Tom, Mary, is do we need to make a motion to appoint Neil to the steering committee? Because I think we did pass when we did the steering committee, did we have a motion on the original members on the steering committee?
Well, did we ever put Jerry on there?
We did. I don't think we did for Jerry either.
It's just the Forest and Beach Commission.
Anybody that's in a
is
commissioner role.
default on it.
Okay, then that's fine, as long as, because you're on a steering committee.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we were
Absolutely.
covered there, because for that.
I'd like to just pay your department a big compliment because I've noticed a lot of the dead trees that you've been cutting down. At the end of Ocean, you cut down, I know, at least 2 on Mountain View at the very end, those very dead trees on the left-hand side. Yeah. One on Mountain View and sort of that center divide. There was another dead. So I have been noticing a lot happening, and so I just would like to commend you on that because I know you're busy. So
thank you.
Yeah, it's being noticed. So.
Yeah, and my comment, honestly, on the tree keeper and getting the data entry, you shouldn't be doing the data entry, right? Even if it saves you an hour a week or 2 hours a week, that's time you can be spending kind of managing, making sure everything's moving forward. And that's really valuable.
No, totally.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any other comments on forestry? Okay, our last topic is future agenda items. I had just one, which is I would love to see our commission have agendized a discussion about what we as a commission believe our top priorities as a commission should be for the remainder of the year. And that would be something to have sort of on an annual basis that we believe is important. And that way we can make sure that the things that we prioritize are things that we review month in and month out. Like, for example, the status of our forest. I know we get a forester's report, but we could actually have discussion, for example, about where are we on the deferred maintenance, and do we need to be, are there any actions that we need to be taking or initiating to provide better support for Justin and the team, for example.
Right.
Because I think sometimes everybody's working really hard in the city staff and working well beyond hours as we're here tonight. And sometimes it might take us being a squeaky wheel on some of these topics to get the appropriate attention. Like, for example, being a whole almost year now without an assistant forester and having that position open impacts the capacity of our city team to be able to do more in terms of tackling deferred maintenance. So I would propose that would be a topic for our next meeting.
I agree.
And for everybody, for all of us to be thinking about what are the things that we think would be good topics for us to sort of say, these are our priorities, and to have an open public discussion about that, where we obviously will hear from the public, their perspective, and I think it looks, so that would be my suggestion if people are interested.
And that kind of goes to, I know Karen Verlito had mentioned, and I spoke to her about that, about trying to tackle little things so that we get a sense of what we manage to some extent. You know, looking at, especially with our new Forest and Beach members,
do we take little tours here and there? Do we add things on so that we get a better understanding? Going down to the beach, I know we've all, at least you and I don't even know if Jerry's gone down to the beach with one of our little beach tours. Have you? I don't think so.
Yes. I did with the arborist that was brought in about the cypress trees, although that was not really a city.
Just some of those things. I think it's helped me, and I know we both started at the same time, to really see things and to understand. And also one thing, looking at our master plan, for those of you who haven't perhaps had a chance to look at it, looking at our current and our proposed, and starting to kind of get a feel for things. I know that was really useful for us. So just starting to kind of get a better handle on things, and then we can come to the table and sort of talk about some of those issues. What are our priorities now that we know what we cover, looking at the beach, at the forest, the parks. So just as we get new members on, I think we've taken you to the edge.
No. I wanted to. I have an item I want to add. Okay. I was just kind of thinking about it, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse, belabor the point. On the pickleball, I know we talked about sound mitigation. I know it's not in the recommendation going to the city council. I would like to make sure squeaky wheel gets the grease. There's a lot of stuff going on. If it doesn't get put on an agenda going forward, it's not going to get asked about. We're not going to make progress. It's really important to me to make sure that we are honoring our residents, make sure that we're continuing to drive this forward, do everything we can on the subject.
Right.
I'd suggest that on that topic, that the gentleman that volunteered to do some research, like we have a lot of, like Carmel, we have lots of organizations that do things that provide support to the city. So I think this is one, if we have some residents who are willing to sort of take the lead on exploring that and maybe share their findings with us, that would be the way to do it. And I think, Tom, well, I guess it'll be May before it gets presented, but it would be important to include the desire to have sound reduction materials be considered, and that we're seeking to see if some of the pickleball players would be amenable to helping with that. That gentleman was Lauren. I didn't catch his name.
I tried to
Lauren
write down
Hughes.
most of the names. I didn't catch
Lauren
his.
Hughes.
You had mentioned your email address a couple of times, so
Lauren
hopefully.
Hughes. We can,
Hugh?
Lauren?
I did.
You did.
Oh, me.
So
I thought you were
hopefully
saying
people were jotting it down if they wanted to reach out
good.
to you. Yeah.
Lovely.
And they can always you're easy to find.
But I think to task somebody that's interested, because it is gonna take time and effort to track that down. And I don't know, Neil, if you're willing to sort of work with someone, but I just think that the burden of responsibility for that investigation, I think it's important, but I think the burden of responsibility on the investigation of it, I think, should not fall on city staff right now.
I'll be very forthcoming and honest myself. Over the next 3 months till the ends of the fiscal year, these are our most difficult months. I need to be supporting our staff to finish the budget, need to get that together, need to finish paying for $700,000 of tree work, and we're going to, just like we did last year, but I need to be working almost exclusively on these huge big ticket items, and I would gladly welcome help from, love to welcome help from the folks who had said that, but I can't imagine I could put almost any time into another
you said that.
staff report next
But
week.
sometimes people like that, it can be helpful to have if you're interested, I keep volunteering you, Neil, but to have a commissioner work with them, I'll tell you, for example, like Kelly Francis, when she did her presentation today, when I met with her, almost a year ago, and she was sharing all the work they were doing, I said, there should be twice a year a presentation to the Forest and Beach Commission about all the great work you're doing and what kind of trash you're finding, and because that'll give us an opportunity, maybe we'll come up with some interesting ideas for the beach, right? So working with our residents on things that they're investigating could be useful. So if anybody wants to volunteer to help the gentleman, that would be. Okay, it's late. I would just like to thank everybody for the participation today in the process. We've been at pickleball for a while. I feel like we came to a good place, and I really thank Tom, you and Justin and Mary, the city staff, for coming back with a proposal. that was
Very
really-
well thought out. That was really.
And that
very
was
well thought
really, really, I think, very, very helpful. And you can't please everybody. I'm not sure we pleased anybody, but at least I think we're in a place of, it's in a good place. So thank you very, very much. And with that, I think we are officially, my watch has died. 8:26 adjourned. Thank you.